Right? So in our state, they estimate we have like 7.3 million people. That 0.3, that's us. We're the responsibly armed citizens, right? But I want to tell you, this number, it came from CBS News. News in air quotes because they lie for a living, right? And it's from 2021, so it's probably low, right? Besides that, I know I'm not answering any survey questions, right? I can neither confirm nor deny if I have 0 firearms or perhaps more than 0, right? I think I see a lot of heads nodding, right? We're not talking. It's nobody's business. And across our nation, now get this number. We have 325 million residents estimated. We have 400 million privately owned firearms across this nation. By responsibly armed citizens. Again, this statistic came from CNN, so they lie for a living. And again, I think these are estimated and rookie numbers that we can definitely pump up, right? Just saying. So my point is, this is our choir. And it is growing, and it is becoming more and more diverse with voices from every conceivable background.
Tony,
one of our speakers today is the president of, now you didn't even know this existed, don't act like you did, the Liberal Gun Club of Arizona. This is a thing, and praise God for it, because who can speak more loudly to the Democratic politicians than their own voting base telling them that they value their Second Amendment rights? And here's the thing, the other side, they've already lost. They cannot win. The other side, who hates our freedoms, they want to drown out our voices with discordant notes and lyrics that make no sense at all. They want to drive a wedge. And there are even some in our own choir who want to be the divas and act like they are the only true 2A voices. But we're having none of that. Absolutely none of that. We know that our voices come in highs and lows, right? Daddy sang bass, mama sang tenor, right? We know that song. We come in jazzy and bluesy and classical.
Which is better, with or without the closed captions?
Right? We know that our backgrounds are as varied as the Pinky Up Juilliard trained. Quite. The jazz hands, Broadway tested. The karaoke proficient. And I'm seeing him. Yeah.
Did you find the website?
Here's where you're really going to react. All of those superstars of the morning shower. Right? You know who you are, and your neighbors do too, because you're a little loud. I'm just saying. The point of all of this is that we know, for all of our differences, for all of the garbage that dribbles out of the mouths of politicians, for all of the efforts to paint us as the B-side of a bad record, the more people are coming to our choir, it is because the Second Amendment is the great unifier. And why is that? It's so simple. It's because we all want to protect what we love. And the Second Amendment protects our right, our God-given right to protect what we love. We love freedom, and we love our families. So all you soloists and those members of our ensemble and that great big beautiful choir, keep singing. or start singing if you haven't yet found your voice, because we must keep the music alive for the next generations to come. I'm Cheryl Todd. Thank you.
The music sounds like bang, bang, bang.
Thank you so much. I am excited
That's our
about
new
this
album.
lineup today. We have our platinum sponsor coming up right after me. Platinum sponsor. Oh, I see him over there. He's ready to roll. And before I introduce Byron,
Thanks
I
for all
want
the
to
lights.
say that
Guys are
you're
out.
seeing these people walking
Might
around
be a
in these
record.
gorgeous teal t-shirts,
Likes that fast. Why next to be record?
right? I want to have a big
Shaman.
group photo at 11:30 today, and I want as many ladies wearing these teal t-shirts, the DC Project, Education Over Legislation, right here in front. Right over to my left is the booth. When you sign up as a member, it's a free membership. You get a t-shirt. Come be in our group photo at 11:30. Don't miss out. All right, next speaker, Byron Vaughn, owner of MMP Guns. Byron has been in the firearms industry for nearly 20 years and is the general manager at MMP Guns in Phoenix. His love for shooting sports began with hunting and target shooting with his father at the tender age of 7, and he hasn't stopped since. Excited to have you here again. Thank you so much, Byron Vaughn.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. First of all, I speak for the ownership and all the staff at M&P Guns, and would like to say what an honor it is for us to be involved with this this event. It's truly a great event. It's great to see everybody out here. Excellent Arizona day. We are here today to celebrate and protect the Second Amendment. That is arguably the most important amendment to the Constitution because of its weight and importance that it holds. We celebrate it because it allows us to hold in check a government which is becoming more and more what the Founding Fathers had warned about us when they wrote it 232 years ago. We celebrate because without it, we would not be able to sustain the other 9 amendments comprising the Bill of Rights, in guaranteeing life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We celebrate it because no other 27 words have ever been written so clear with the intention, and it is the only amendment that closes with "shall not be infringed." We celebrate it because under it we have the liberty to not only protect our families but to feed them as well. Unfortunately, it is constantly under attack. There are people in this country and even in this state that not only want to modify the Second Amendment, but even some want to repeal it. You know a politician is lying when they start the argument for gun control with, "I don't want to take your guns." We all know that they are grasping at straws. Just last month with the arm brace ban, nothing more than an attempt to register firearms. It will be overturned over time, but we cannot let them chip away at the Second Amendment. Next, it will be the scary assault weapons ban. I've never in my life seen an inanimate object assault anyone without help. They use the scary language to get backing from the public because the public doesn't know better.
You gotta get a smile from you, sir?
Arizona holds a slim conservative margin in both the State House and Senate, but no longer with the Attorney General and with the Governor. There has been new gun control legislation already introduced, like HB 2184, which violates your right to due process, your Fifth Amendment right, by instituting stop orders. HB 2182, which mandates all transfers, not just sales of firearms, conducted through licensed dealers. HB 2178 requires pediatric doctors to lecture parents on gun safety. HB 2183 creates a public database of CCW permit holders. And HB 2193, which requires all adults under the age of 21 to be supervised while carrying a firearm at all times, even on public property or private property. The way we combat this is by contacting your state representatives.
This is the first cup of coffee I've had in months.
Tell them that these bills are a
I
bad
decided to
thing
get
for
some.
Arizona.
It was on sale.
Get ahead of
It's
Become a
instant,
member
though.
of organizations like Daisy CDL. They're here today.
I still don't even want them on a table flagging me.
by accident.
And they need
No, I know that's not how it works.
to protect our rights. If we don't take a stand, the Second Amendment and all of our other God-given rights will be infringed. There is safety in numbers. Take that friend of yours who's never gone shooting to the range with you.
That's cool, huh?
Ladies, take your
It'd be great to bump into him.
parents, get the Xbox. Not only raising the generation,
This is as crispy as he's got it. He only has it in 40p today. Hey, we're currently live on Kick. You're on Kick. Howdy. You have a great day. Kick.
It takes all of us coming together to make something like this happen.
As well as everywhere else. Facebook, D-Live, Rumble, Africa TV, Twitter, Trovo, and YouTube.
We just couldn't be here physically with us, and that is so important. We appreciate you so much. I can't imagine. You could be anywhere, just like so many of our people here today, our attendees. So thank you for being here and helping share our message. All right, our next speaker is our sponsor. We have Jim Clark coming up just in a second here. He is with the Republic Monetary Exchange. Even those of you who don't know Jim Clark personally, you might feel like you do. And that's because of his messages on the radio about gold and silver and his messages in support for the Constitution and candidates who have supported our Second Amendment, like a young lady that I wish was here with us today, Carrie Lake. Jim Clark is the CEO of Arizona's premier gold and silver dealer. He is the Republic Monetary Exchange just east of 40th Street on Camelback. We are very proud to have this great champion of liberty, Jim Clark, here today to talk about God, guns,
and I'll give you the
gold.
OG
Please welcome
badge.
Jim Clark.
Hopefully I'll be back to the usual. Yes. You always give a great speech. I always look forward to it. I actually haven't written this.
It's not that I'm old, it's just that I had this left knee replaced a couple of weeks ago, so I'm having a little trouble struggling to get through here. So, well, thank all of you for being here today, and it's an honor to be invited to participate in today's Second Amendment rally. I want to talk to you today about what I call the 3 G's of free people. That's God, guns, and gold. All 3, God, guns, and gold, have always been in the crosshairs of totalitarians everywhere, from the German Nazis to the Soviet communists to Mao in China to Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, and to all the wannabe totalitarians here in America. God, guns, and gold have always been the targets of the left in America for a long time. And of course, they're the targets of the woke mob today.
It says you're
They
offline.
have been successful
Maybe
in
it's not
driving
working.
God out of our schools, out of our public life throughout the United States. The results have not been good, as we can clearly see. You can see the failure in the schools and the breakdown in our civic and social life, and their success in changing America from a land of
But I need
self-reliance
to do something to make it.
to a nation of dependence.
You're telling me.
Which is just what the state is, to replace God and make the people dependent on the state. But even before they came after God, and even before they targeted your guns, they came after gold. Why gold? Because it's the money of free people. Or as my friend, Rich Dad, Poor Dad author Robert Kiyosaki likes to say, because gold is God's money. I want to tell you a little bit about how they came after gold. Perhaps it will make you better armed and better
Now it'll
prepared
work.
as they come after our guns. The founders drew up the Constitution to protect our freedom. They also sought to protect our wealth.
Is it working out
They
for you?
specifically wrote in the nation's constitution a gold and silver based monetary system. First, they gave Congress the power to coin money. Article 1, Section 8. Congress shall have the power to coin money. Not print, coin. They knew the difference. In Section 10, they again addressed the monetary system. Again, without ambiguity, no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin tender
Still online?
in payment of debt. The matter was settled. It was just as clear as our Second Amendment gun rights. It's right there in the Constitution. At least it was settled until 1933. That's when President Franklin Roosevelt, 1 month in office, issued a decree confiscating American people's gold. The American people were forbidden from owning monetary gold. They were ordered to surrender their gold coins, gold bullion, and gold certificates to the Federal Reserve, which, by the way, the Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. I like to always point that out. They had to turn it in at the prevailing rate of $20.67 an ounce, which is where it's been for a century. Under the penalty of a $10,000 fine, 10 years in prison, or both.
That's a big fluffy boy.
I tell the whole story in my book,
I have a 28-pound beagle.
Real Money for Free People. So if you stop by our table, which is the first one over here, you can pick up a copy. So to cut to the chase today, despite the framers' best efforts, gold and silver are nowhere to be found in the government's crony monetary system. That means that today, not only have the founders betrayed you, they have betrayed us all as well. The state no longer protects your wealth, just like it doesn't protect your Second Amendment rights. So what happened? Since the government stole the people's gold, it went off the real money standard, constitutional money, the dollar has lost 95% of its purchasing power. The country is on the verge of bankruptcy with $32 trillion in visible debt and $100 trillion in hidden debt. The middle class is being wiped out. The country has been taken over by socialists and Marxists. The Federal Reserve is scrambling to create a central bank digital currency so that it can track our every move. You know,
Oh, I gotta press
Chinese
start.
style. Just as they set out
Oh, I have
just
to
as they
press
set out
start
to protect our
streaming.
gun rights, the
Well, there you
founders
go.
set up a
Thanks.
gold and silver
Damn,
monetary
for
system to
fucking 4 days
protect
I've
our
been going
wealth.
live on there, but I
But
haven't.
today it's up to us to protect our own wealth. And we're here to help at Republic Monetary Exchange.
It should be
What
good
would
now.
happen without our defense of the right to keep and bear arms? Same thing that has happened to the dollar, and the same thing that has happened to American prosperity. One calamity after another, and the total loss of American freedom for generations to come. My book, Real Money for Free People, is information you need. It's the American gold story. Clearly explained, easy to understand, and it explains what we're facing today and what's next. If you stop by our table over here, Republic Monetary Exchange, I'll give you a signed copy, and you can speak with one of our gold and silver professionals.
Please. Thank you.
We will also raffle off a tube. We all know what this is. 20 silver American Eagles at the end of the event. You don't have to be present to win, but you will have to fill out a raffle ticket. We're
That's the
Republic Monetary
only
Exchange
platform that
on
you have to
Camelback, just east
start
of 40th
your
Street.
stream from the
We're in the
platform.
business of helping people protect themselves and profit with gold and
like,
silver.
No matter what.
Let us
it
help
won't
you protect your
auto-start.
family
There's
and
no
your
auto-start
wealth
button.
from the deep state money manipulators. Don't be caught unprepared. It's urgent that as many real conservatives and constitutionalists as possible get prepared now, so that we come out of this crisis still America and not some socialist hellhole. And thank you for your determination to preserve and defend the Constitution, to protect our Second Amendment, and help restore our American freedom and prosperity. Thank you, and may God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, Jim Clark, ladies and gentlemen, stop by their booth, pick up some gold. Why not?
Boom, now you're a VIP OG, baby.
Our next speaker is Jeremy Wood. He's with the Great State Alliance. You saw the kids up here that gave our Pledge of Allegiance, and they're from Tipping Point Academy. It's a Second Amendment friendly school. They know how to defend their kids, and they're raising patriots. They also are the sponsor of our kids park back here for the, fourth year in a row? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Wood.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna take the mic off, I might get moving a little bit. First of all, I was tasked to wake you guys up, so good morning, Arizona! All right, where are my Second Amendment people at? All right, this whole event is about God, family, and country, and guns. And at our organization, which is Great State Alliance, of course, we founded the school, as he mentioned. We like to say that guns are good and God is great. Amen? All right, so we're gonna have some fun. He talked about gold. Some
Jesus
people are
had a
talking
gun.
about guns. I want to talk a little bit about
Dude,
God.
I saw a joke this
and this
morning.
might offend some people, so get ready.
If Jesus
What
was
I'm here
into
to say
guns,
is
what
I
would his
believe
favorite gun
that
be?
our Savior, who's been prayed about up until this point here
Top
on this
Reddit
stage,
comment
I believe that Jesus
was a
would
nail
support the
gun.
Second Amendment. And I actually believe it's biblical, and I want to share with you why that is. Because if you read some of the New Testament, and if you don't, that's fine, but find
You
a
might
Bible,
not
you
like
can
that
read
joke.
this. Jesus actually asked his disciples to sell their
See, we
cloak
lost some
and
people.
get a sword if they did not have one. Here's why he did that. He knew there was a presence of evil. He knew that evil needed to be resisted. It's the same reason why we have this Second Amendment. It's actually to resist the potential tyrannical leadership and evil that exists in the world. So there's also another story. I think I shared this last year, but who has heard, I want by a show of hands, we have a school, so I want to see this. Show of hands, how many have heard the story about Peter hacking off a Roman centurion's guard's ear when they came to get Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane? Okay, so here, I want to mention something. So when
Simon's
Jesus
very
told Peter
finicky with
to
eating,
put away
man.
his sword,
It's starting to worry me.
he did not tell him to throw it away. He did not tell him to go throw it in the
Changed his
ocean.
eating
I think
habits.
the only reason that Jesus told Peter to put away his sword is because
I wonder
that
if
was
he's
the
got some of that
appointed
paper
time
still
for
in his throat
him.
or something.
So think about this. It's very important. Up until that point, all of his disciples carried swords.
Or
How
it's
many
just the
times
bag.
did Peter's sword
Maybe
protect
the
Jesus
food
to
just-
that one appointed
This
time?
bag tastes
In
different.
other words, they knew better, Jesus knew better, and I think the modern sword of
By
our
the way,
time, right,
I don't know if y'all saw
is
this.
the firearm
This is
that we
Simon.
have the right to carry.
I'm
And so
gonna
I'm here
start
to tell
using
you
it finally.
that I believe that God wants us to resist evil.
Check this out.
I believe that we should be standing
This is
up for
Simon's
this Second
blanket.
Amendment right. because of all these
Barbara
speakers are
made
going
it
to
for
tell
me.
you, the Second Amendment protects all other
I didn't
26
want to mess it up
amendments.
because it's so
We
beautiful.
won't even be able to stand up here and practice the First Amendment if it wasn't for all of us here being able to carry firearms and bear those arms. So it's very, very important, you guys, that we support all these organizations. And I want to give a shout out to all the businesses, all the organizations, the nonprofits. You guys, we need to be supporting these people here in this park. These are the ones that are helping to advocate for your rights. So all these profits, you guys, if they're not spending profits on their families or spending them in their church tithing or to great organizations, they are like-minded with you. Cheryl and the crew made a good job, or did a great job bringing a whole lot of like-minded people together so that we can live in community and support one another. So my encouragement today is for you to always remember that it's okay to stand up. And what I want to end on is that Jesus is always talked about as being a lamb.
But a lot of them I did.
But most of us forget that Jesus is also a lion. Right? Can we say that? Amen? So there is a balance to be struck between these two things. My pastor says it a lot, so if he hears this, I'm not going to yell, Pastor. But you know what? We need to be tough, and we need to still be tender. We need to be a lion, and we still need to be a lamb. So we got a whole bunch of lions out here today, and that's great. But you guys, there's a balance to all of this. We need to find the middle, not the political middle, but we need to find the balance of being righteous, God-fearing people who are tender as a lamb, that we can love people, show them grace and mercy, but if our rights are getting treaded on, that we know how to be lions when the time is right. Okay?
This is the first time he's ever
Our school,
seen it.
We are first a Christian school,
It's
we're
his,
second
actually.
a constitutional school. So what that means is we support the Constitution. We teach the kids the Constitution. It truly is a school that embodies faith, family, and freedom. If you are looking for a school that embodies these values, you need to look into our school. I don't care where you live, it's worth the drive. Eventually we will have multiple campuses, but you guys, we are teaching kids to love God, to love their family, and love their country. And that's what this event is all about, and I'm so grateful to be part of this event. So have a wonderful rest of your event. God bless, and let's go support the Second Amendment.
I got bands in my head.
And I know that we mentioned the Junior Patriot Park, but that is investing in that next generation. So be sure the kiddos know about it. It's over on this side, my left, your right. Be sure the kiddos get over there. I also want to say a quick hello to one of our legislators who is a passionate supporter of the Second Amendment who stopped by just to say hi, Paul Gosar.
I have weird feelings going on right now. I'm not figuring it.
Is he out there somewhere? He's probably in deep conversation with somebody because his constituents really value him. All right, coming up next. Now, this is the part of the program that has always been when we have Dave Kopp, the president, co-founder of the AZCDL, come up and talk to us about that organization. I'm the vice president, so blessed to be the vice president of the AZCDL. The president, the new president, Michael Gibbs, he is working hard. He's meeting and greeting down at the booth. Be sure and go say hello to Michael Gibbs. But to speak this year, I wanted to ask a young lady who is not only a life member of the AZCDL, but has a very important life history and experience. Her family, thank God, has fled and survived communism. And she is here to talk to us about that and tie it into why the work that the AZCDL does here in our very own state is to ward off that exact evil that her family had to flee from. All right, coming to the stage, we have Jackie Mesa.
Oh, man.
Hi everyone, it's
It's so great to see all of your familiar faces and new
It might be
faces, and I
falling
just
off
hope
or
everyone has
something.
as great a time here as I do every year.
Why are people leaving? I'm talking about my ass over here.
This is about
Not
freedom.
just my ass,
Guns
the
protect
inside
our
of the
freedom.
hole. Man,
So
you're not
this
going
is
to
a
get that
freedom
anywhere
rally.
else right now.
I have a story to
Try.
share with you, as Cheryl said. It's my dad's story. He's over here, behind the camera. There go my notes, just in case.
Hope it's falling off. Hope it's like...
His
it's
story
like
didn't start
squeezing
here in
shit out of it. It's like-
Arizona, and it didn't start here in the United States. He was born in Cuba in the 1950s. He was the youngest of 3 boys, and his mother, my grandmother, was a kindergarten teacher. That was when Fidel Castro seized control of the Cuban government. And he didn't have big tech to rat out the citizens and tell him who was a supporter and who may be a potential resistor. So he tapped into the teachers, just like we're seeing happen here in the States now and then for different things that they need.
Interesting.
Indoctrination, which happened to my 12-year-old
That's
uncle at the
interesting.
time.
The Cuba tapped into the teachers.
So like a lot of teachers, she wouldn't do it. It was no longer about teaching, and she resigned. Meanwhile, my grandfather, who was a sugarcane farmer, had
He's
his
obsessed
own
with
set of
opening the fucking
challenges
door,
going
man.
on. There was a class war being set up. We have a race war being set up. Are you noticing the parallels yet?
Amen. Yep.
Businesses
All right,
were being burned. His farm was at risk of being burnt. Does this sound familiar? So, like many Americans in 2020 were, my grandfather became a first-time gun owner to protect his farm should the need arise. This tipped off the government, or maybe one of his neighbors tipped off the government, but they ultimately raided the house. Sounds like red flag laws. We have those here. We've had people raided in this country already. And you know what? They don't resist then, and neither did my grandfather. My dad did, and thank goodness he was only 6 years old, so he survived. But if an adult resists when your house is getting raided, you don't survive. Like the others who are currently in prison, he went to prison. And he came out, but he was never the same. There's a lot more to this story, and I don't have time to get into it. But it got so ugly, they ultimately had to leave the country with the great-grandmother, my great-grandmother, coming out of surgery. It's never a good time to have to pick up and leave. It makes a decision for you. So I encourage everybody here, please, start now. Don't give the government a reason to come to your front door. The AZCDL is over there. They help write good laws so that we are not redefined as criminals. Because we're not. The Constitution doesn't defend itself. We have to do that. We have to make sure that holes don't get punched in it. We can't wind up in court hoping some judge is going to defend the Constitution, because that also doesn't happen.
Amen.
Please help now. Help now. Get on the list. It's worth it, because if you wait, it's never a fun time to run. I hope to see you around.
Dude, did you
Thanks
see
for
that
being
guy
here.
that got arrested in Australia? He had a bunker in his basement full of guns, full of reloading equipment, ammo, silencer. He had a 50 cal Barrett. I believe it was a Barrett, but it's 50 cal rifle. Are they all Barretts? Yeah, he's done.
So how are we doing so far?
They just
Our
happened
next
this
speaker
week.
is really one of the legends in the Second Amendment movement. He founded the Second Amendment Foundation. He created the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms.
Look, I'm going to put it right
He
here.
has
Just
been
for
a
a second.
friend
We
and a
don't need to see
mentor.
him.
He's one of the
Look.
smartest human beings I have ever met, and I've met some smart people in my time. I think he's got, nuclear engineering? A degree
he has
in
this couch.
nuclear engineering, for crying out loud. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friend, and all of someone we all owe a great debt of gratitude to, Mr. Alan Gottlieb.
Talk about Second Amendment. This guy was on some other shit. Look at this. He had an indoor range with a pulley system to pull
all of you. I
the
appreciate it. It's hard to be introduced as a legend. I remember when I was the youngest kid on the block, and now I'm going to be 76 in a few months. And I'm slowing down a little bit. And
Oh, yeah, he had a vest.
More on our gun rights, as all you all know, is more intense today than it's ever been. But I want you to know, despite what you see in the press, we're winning this war.
That's like a gun addiction.
When I
at
spoke
that
to you all
point,
last
isn't it?
year, I predicted that the United States Supreme Court would rule in our favor in the Bruin case, knocking out New York State's unconstitutional
Oh yeah, he was a
restrictions on the right to
fighter,
carry.
like a UFC fighter or something.
And we
I forgot
won.
about that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what life is like in the post-Bruin world. I told you last year that we were going to be filing a whole lot of lawsuits in anticipation of that Bruin win to stack the courts for more cases to eventually get to the United States Supreme Court. And we've done that. Post-Bruin, those cases sort of were the number one category on our list. But it opened up other categories for us as well. The second category was cases that we've brought in the past that we haven't won. But with the new decisions in the U.S. Supreme Court changing, not just knocking out the attempt to stop the right to carry in New York, but changing the way courts have to look at how they interpret Second Amendment against various anti-gun laws and challenges to our rights. And taking out the so-called balancing tests and levels of scrutiny and making it a simple test. What the Bill of Rights, what the Second Amendment says, the actual text, and what the history of it is, and directed the lower courts to have to rule based on that. We had a case for the Supreme Court while they were doing Bruin.
Badged up now, Tony. VIP
Challenging the
and
Maryland
OG.
assault ban, which the U.S. Supreme Court granted cert, reversed, and remanded back to the lower courts to rehear based on the Bruin decision. We had to rebrief all the cases we had filed prior to Bruin based on the Bruin decision, so the lower courts now have to decide based on the Supreme Court's way of interpreting the Second Amendment.
There are only 25
We had a
OG
second
badges.
category of cases we brought as well, and that category was cases that we had lost in the past, but now under the Bruin decision and the new categories of text and history, we can now bring back because they're now winnable cases to expand our Second Amendment rights. We had a third area, a third category as well, which were cases that we hadn't brought yet, but based on that Bruin decision and text and history of the Second Amendment, we could now bring to the courts as well. And then we expected a fourth category, but we were a little surprised. We expected the fourth category to be cases that we had to bring to challenge new laws that these anti-gun states would bring that were just slightly less restrictive than the New York law that got struck down to try and sneak them back in. But they didn't do that. They doubled down, they stuck their finger in the Supreme Court's eye, and they passed new laws that were more restrictive than what the Supreme Court struck down. Of course, that made our life a little easier. Because, example, New York State decided to come up with this so-called sensitive places category. So now we have to issue your permit. You just can't use it anywhere. So we filed suit in New York, a couple suits. We got a temporary restraining order against their ban on having firearms in state parks or state property. We filed a second one, getting a temporary restraining order against you being allowed to carry a firearm in a house of worship, even if the house of worship, its staff, and its pastor gave you permission, you couldn't do it. We got a temporary restraining order against that as well in New York, and we're sending New York reeling with their new law. Now, this new law is so restrictive and so worse than what they had before, I just want to give you one example of one area where it's so bad. If you lived in New York City or worked in New York City anywhere around the Times Square area, you may have been issued a permit, a premises permit, to have a firearm in your own home or place of business. And of course, they didn't define what Times Square area is. There's no boundaries in the law. But now people in New York who were issued before Bruin permits to have a firearm in your own home or place of business, you were told to surrender your permits and get your guns out of town. Obviously, that's not what the Supreme Court wanted to hear. And those laws are being challenged as well as we speak.
Baby eagle sleeping.
The neighboring state of New Jersey passed a similar law. We went to court and immediately got a temporary restraining order against New Jersey's new attempts for sensitive places. Some of their sensitive places, to show you how ridiculous they were, you have a permit to carry now in New Jersey, But you can't carry the gun in your own car because your own personal car is a sensitive place.
Dude, those double eyelids are wild.
Just to give you some examples. Other states like Illinois went past a new assault weapon magazine ban and other things attached to it. We've already got a temporary restraining order in court against that. I just want to say something. To get a temporary restraining order, you have to show a very good likelihood that you're going to win ultimately and that your rights are really endangered at that moment. Based on the Bruin decision, we're winning temporary restraining orders that in the past we never would have gotten. We've got temporary restraining orders also in California on a number of laws they passed, in the state of Oregon against the laws they passed in Oregon. We are winning this battle. Right now, the Second Amendment Foundation has 43 active cases moving in federal court against anti-gun laws that restrict our rights. We're totally engaged in approximately 50 laws when you include ones in state courts as well. Things are moving in our direction, and we're going to be getting more cases to the U.S. Supreme Court. It may take another year, it may take 2 years, but our Second Amendment rights are going to be further protected and further expanded. And I just want to say that we're not just winning things in court as well, but on the legislative battleground, we're going to see very shortly the state of Florida become the 26th state to allow concealed carry firearms without a permit, matching Arizona's constitutional carry. And that's the
Water
law.
dripped
We're going to see
over
number
there.
27 come up very shortly in South Carolina, where they're going to pass constitutional carry as well. We are moving the football down our field, and one of the reasons we're able to do it is, quite frankly, the anti-gun crowd, the gun prohibition lobby in this country, has overreached, and they keep overreaching and overreaching. And the more they do that, the more it makes our legal cases that much more winnable, and makes our legislative battles that much more winnable. But I want to caution on one area of concern. States like Arizona and Georgia are moving to become more and more anti-gun all the time because of the politicians that are getting elected. You can't take this for granted. You've got to get out there on the front lines and be prepared to win. Because if we don't win, we're not going to have any rights left. The Second Amendment Foundation has been out there winning firearms freedoms one lawsuit at a time. But I also want to tell you the Second Amendment Foundation, or SAF, doesn't just stand for winning firearms freedom in our courts. SAF stands for Saving America's Freedom. And that's really what we're all about. And we couldn't really do it at all without your help. It isn't one person, it isn't me, it isn't our staff. Without your public support, we couldn't do what we're doing. And I want to thank every one of you out there that's helped and joined and supported the Second Amendment Foundation, because it's your organization, it's your rights, and I just want to thank you, and thank you for being here.
I did. Snuck up on it. All right, fantastic. So I want to make a couple of quick announcements. One is, again, at 11:30,
He just wants to be loved, man.
I want every young lady who has on one of these shirts or will sign up for a free membership with the DC Project. It is women dedicated to safeguarding our Second Amendment rights. It's education over legislation. These are our tenets. Everybody who has a shirt like this, a little after 11:30, I want to convene right here and take a group picture. Another picture I want to take from the stage out towards all of you is I want as many of us as possible to be holding one of these kind of signs. We've got a table over here on the sidewalk with a bunch of them. Back over this way, another one, and somewhere in that direction is a third one. And there's a variety of different messages. But, I mean, really, ask Venezuela. That kind of says a lot right there. And gun control isn't about guns. What's it about? Control, right? All right, I'd love to get a big picture because, you know, not our beautiful media who's here today who wants to help tell our story, but those other guys, right? The news. They want to say that, first of all, we don't even exist. And if we do exist, we're like, you know, maybe 10 guys, you know, on the fringes somewhere. And definitely there's no ladies involved. So I like to take pictures that tell, what do they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words? So let's grab up those signs and be sure we have those in a little bit. I'll tell you when we're going to take that picture. All right, and coming up, our next speaker. This young lady is just a little firebrand. I absolutely love her. She is a YouTube content creator who has become a resource for inspiring, networking, and connecting women all across this nation. She is a native of Mississippi. Right, she hails from Mississippi, we like to say.
Their weed
She's
laws
the
are the
host of
worst.
a weekly podcast called Hey Y'all.
Do they have medical yet?
Rhonda Mary. Give her a big old Arizona style. Hey y'all.
They might have just gotten medical. They did. So that's a step in the right direction for Tennessee. Now they have
Hey, y'all.
Arkansas, Missouri,
So
and
at this point,
Mississippi
I don't
that
know if
medical
Cheryl is competing for
bordering
like
them.
doing my thing. I can't. You doing it too cute.
Bro.
I don't know if I like that. So, all right. Hey y'all, my name is Rhonda Mary, and this is my first time in Arizona, and I am absolutely loving it. You guys are in the top running for Texas as most pleasant people. Don't tell anybody from Texas I said that. Okay, it must be the guns, but I'm loving it here so far. I definitely have to come back. So let's start talking about these 2A rights, right? So I would say the government has already proved to us that they are absolutely untrustworthy. You know, I'm probably a little bit younger than most of the people in the crowd, and even since I've been around, even as recent as 2020, they have absolutely proved that they will abuse human rights, that they can't be trusted. And even if we look throughout history, time and time again, we've seen what they're capable of doing. But ironically, since then, 2020, we've had an explosion of new gun owners. There have been more first-time gun owners since 2020 while all of this has been happening. Now, what does that say to you guys? To me, it says that this can't be ignored. The people are saying something, and they're saying it with the way that they're choosing to decide to defend their lives. So, when you have somebody like a Beto O'Rourke that goes on national TV and says, hell yeah, we're gonna take their AR-15s, right? When you have a Joe Biden who constantly talks about a so-called assault weapons ban, and then when you have Katie Hobbs that's running around here like, you know, y'all know what's going on. And so either they don't know or they don't care about what the people are actually saying and doing. Like the people here today and everyday Americans who are deciding that 2A rights are important. And not only are they important, they're important at a local level. And you do have some states that are stepping up to protect these rights, with at least 9 more states deciding to pick up constitutional carry since 2020. But we have to stay the course. It doesn't stop here. And it may get harder, and it may get harder even sooner. And so now we need to make sure we're doing what we're doing, which is keeping these politicians in check, letting them know how we feel, and also for the new gun owners, letting them know that it's way more about just the gun. It's about Second Amendment rights, so really bringing people into the fold and making sure that they understand what that means for us and for all Americans. Making sure we're continuing this path of securing, expanding, and protecting Second Amendment rights for all Americans. It falls on us. My name is Rhonda Mary. Thank you for your time.
I don't know about y'all, but I like that one. Hey, while we got just a moment here, I'd like everybody, if I can get your attention, I want to welcome you to the safest 2 acres in the United States right at this moment. And you know how we know it's so safe? We got these guys up on the building overlooking.
He's acting very odd. What the fuck is happening? Dude, he was just like trying to grab his tongue with his paws. What the fuck is happening? He was like going, and then he like, and it looked like he was trying to grab his tongue, man. Oh, look, he's doing it again. What is happening? Is there actually something caught in his throat? Or like, hold up, I'm gonna zoom in. I can wait, dude. He's fucking tripping me out right now. Like that's not something I don't think I've ever seen. He's acting weird anyway. He's not eating his food right.
Easy peasy, Japanesey.
Not doing it now. If I pet him, he'll do it again. I don't know. What if it had something to do with his whiskers being broken on this side? I thought he was bumping them against the door when he was. He just like burped also just now. Do that. Man, come on, dude. He's got cool on his paw. Ripped off his paw. But he's got his paw up like that is weird. What? Not throwing up, so it's like, how concerned should I be? Not doing the tongue thing anymore. Where is he? He is. Look. What was that? That was weird. Oh, it's hairball time? But before he's got a hairball, he starts acting like he's gonna pop something up, man. Okay, I guess I'll let him chill. Crispy's looking over here. He looked away as soon as I looked back at him. Bro, you see how he's rocking a little bit too? He's been doing that for like a while, years. Dog cats rock like that? See this slight rocking? Is that normal? He ate a muffin wrapper like a week ago, and he regurgitated, I think, all of it. I'm not really sure though if he's got some muffin wrappers still stuck somewhere. Oh, there he goes. Oh, you're right. Can you go out, buddy? Can you get down? Here, I got you. Here. I got you. Good. Yeah. There. Hey, buddy. I was just looking outside. Okay, maybe we're Sorry. That was a false alarm, I guess.
So far,
It was weird though.
I
He
killed
tried to
10
claw
Democrat gun bills.
his tongue, and it was already like, ah. It was so far out. He was like Gene Simmons with it.
House Bill
All right, here we go. We're back.
2177.
It's actually
Killed.
normal now.
House Bill 2178. Killed. 2179. Killed. 2181. You guys are so concerned about 2181. Dead. 2182. You guys heard about that too. Dead. 2183. Dead. 2184. Dead. 2192. Dead. 2 more. 2193 dead, 2414 dead. And I'm proud to say to you that I single-handedly shredded them. All right? So you need to go out and support every single Republican because they're supporting me.
No, they're not.
Fair? Fair enough? No. All right. Well, God bless you, and God bless America, and God bless the Second Amendment. Thank you.
Fatality. Fatality.
I'm back. Hey, how you doing? Listen, Riders USA puts this on every year by raising money. We are, just so everybody knows, we're having a gun raffle back over here. We're giving away 3 guns, an AR, a shotgun, and a pistol. The raffle tickets are $10, and all that money goes to support this and what we do every year. So if you like coming here and you want to come back,
look at that shit.
go on over and give us a $10 donation. Ticket's yours. Also, make sure you visit all the vendors.
Maybe it's a dude following him with the whistle.
Oh no, here we go. The food trucks, good food over here.
And a drummer boy.
Thanks again for coming.
That would really tie it all together. People would fucking be all on that shit. Like, who are you?
I just absolutely love this job. I can't believe that I get to do this and meet all these amazing speakers and be here with all of you today.
Follow me around
and I just want to punctuate what Representative Wynn said, because we talk to each other quite a bit on the phone, and he'll tell me stuff like that, like, hey, that bill you were worried about, guess what? Done. Killed. And I think, what if he had just stayed being a citizen, right? What if he had not done the hard work of getting elected and moving through the process and becoming the chair of the Judiciary Committee at this exact moment in time, when it was so important, when we have this governor who's going to veto everything we like and probably have a conveyor belt of all the stuff that's bad for our rights. So I just really want to say thank you, and I hope that you are inspiring people, Representative Wynn, to stand up, to get involved, to run for office, and to support those like Representative Wynn who are ready, willing, and able to get that job done. So one more round of applause for the guy that saved us from a bunch of bad bills crossing Katie Hobbs's desk. Representative Kwong Wynn, glad to know you, proud to be your friend. All right, another person that I am so excited, could have just stayed a citizen, entrepreneur, business owner, he could have just kept doing that work. But this gentleman stepped up, he dove right into that snake pit of politics. He became one of the 20, the rare 20 at the federal level who had the backbone to stand up against the status quo and say, look, Kevin McCarthy, if you are the best person for speaker, you're going to have to get vetted here. You're going to have to agree to some certain things. And coming straight out of the gate to have that kind of backbone, yes, Eli Crane. Yes, United States Congressman Eli Crane. He's a former Navy SEAL who we just elected to the Congressional United States House of Representatives in Arizona too. Congressman Crane is a man of faith, a husband, and a father. And I am so excited to have him here today. Big, huge, warm round of applause to welcome Eli Crane. Congressman Crane, I apologize.
All right, guys, thanks for coming out. It's an honor to be here with you guys. We all know the importance of the Second Amendment and our right to bear arms. I'm grateful that I was blessed and born into a country where our founders recognized our God-given, unalienable right to protect ourselves. It is a big deal. And it's probably as big of a deal now as it's ever been. You guys know what's going on in this country. Sometimes when you wake up in the morning and you check your cell phone or your computer and you see story after story after story, whether it's the southern border or a Chinese spy balloon flying over the country, you're thinking,
by the way,
what is going on in this country?
The surge. They
and
called off the surge.
You
hear about that?
Yourself and your family, and that's why it's so important. And that's why it is so awesome that we have amazing representatives. I know Q, who you guys just heard, is doing an amazing job at the state level. I know there's a bunch of other state reps doing the same thing, and I'm honored to be one of the few members of the House Freedom Caucus. We got Congressman Andy Biggs, who I think is going to speak with you guys later, Congressman Gosar as well. Just really strong conservatives who are going to make sure that we do everything we can at the federal level to make sure that your right to bear and keep arms shall not be infringed. I'm gonna read for you guys real quick some of the legislation that I've co-sponsored and that we're working on at the federal level. We've co-sponsored H.R. 53 FIND Act by Representative Bergman. This bill prohibits the federal government from entering into contracts with any entity that discriminates against firearm trade associations or business that deal in firearm ammunition and related products. I'm just going to read summaries, guys. It's not the entirety of these bills.
He's doing the tongue thing while he's trying to eat now.
This stuff can be kind of dry, but this is where it matters, you know. H.R. 38, Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act. I know many of you guys are familiar with that. That's one that we co-sponsored as well. Veterans Second Amendment Protection Act by Representative Bost prohibits VA from sending information on veterans or beneficiaries who are assisted by a fiduciary to NICS without a judicial ruling that they are in danger to themselves or others. The Repeal Act of the NFA by Representative Burleson repeals the 1934 National Firearms Act, would repeal the foundation of just about all excessive gun regulations, removes the additional taxation on the sales and disposal of firearms, removes the excessive regulation of importation and interstate regulation of firearms. And then Representative Clyde's ATF Stabilizing Brace Ban Counter Legislation Congressional Review Act. That's another one I know you guys are tracking on. It's very important. We all know that if we're not able to repeal this thing, then millions of Americans will become felons overnight, and that's not acceptable. And then the final one is Stop Harassing Owners of Rifle Today, or the SHORT Act. Repeals elements of the 1934 National Firearms Act, which the Biden ATF is using to justify their pistol ban, and amnesty registration plan. All right, so those are some of the legislation that we've co-sponsored that we're working on at the federal legislation or at the federal government. I know that more will be coming down the pipe, but it is great to know as a citizen first, myself, a veteran, a business owner, a father, and a husband, that we do have fighters at both the state and the federal level that are trying to make sure that these very, very important rights stay and they are not infringed. So thank you guys for coming out. We appreciate it. God bless you. Thank you.
My hands don't normally tingle. I've had the vision blackout thing happen. I just had my heart checked here.
You may have noticed that I've changed my outfit. If you didn't,
I got
now
these
you
bands
have.
in my ass, man.
So right after our next speaker that Jeff Knox is going to introduce in a second, Paige Drew, right after Paige, all of our young ladies who are wearing this beautiful teal blue shirt, Teal for 2A, the DC Project, women dedicated to safeguarding our right to keep and bear arms. We believe in education, not legislation. All of us who are wearing these shirts, and if you sign up for a free membership, you get a free shirt right up until the time that we take this picture. As soon as Paige is done, I want all of our teal t-shirted ladies right over here by my beautiful daughter, Cassie Todd Jameson. And we're gonna take a quick music break. Everybody can take a breath. We're gonna take a picture, and then we're gonna dive right back in with Russell and Hunter. Are they still here? I hope so. All right, Jeff, take it away.
Thank you, Cheryl. If y'all don't know about the DC Project, it's a great cause, movement. These ladies go to DC and they shake things up every year. And it's worth supporting. Encourage you. If you haven't done it, go over there, get your teal blue t-shirt, and show your support for the Second Amendment and the DC Project. Our next speaker, her name is Paige Rouge. She's a firearms instructor. She's the owner of Some Chick Who Shoots LLC. Her family owns Shooter's World, which is where she grew up and found her passion to be the voice for women in the firearms industry. Paige is a contributor to Turning Point USA and the host of a weekly show called Reloaded. Ladies and gentlemen, Paige Rouge. And she rocks.
Does she get down with the boot scoot and boogie though? Don't go line dancing there.
Hello everyone, how are we? Good? I'm Paige Rouge. I have a very interesting upbringing in the firearms industry. I was born and raised in Phoenix, Arizona. I was a complete girly girl and still am, and I was raised in the firearms industry. My dad was law enforcement and military, and he had a gun store which helped with law enforcement equipment, and he started there, and he was renting space out of a location called Shooter's World off of I-17 in Indian School. And I was 4 years old, and I had a playroom upstairs, and we didn't do daycare. We went to the shooting range, and we went to our playroom, and I would get bored after hour 1, and I would go downstairs, and my dad would say, as long as you're respectful, you're quiet, and you don't touch anything, then I'll let you stay down and I'll let you watch me train and sell firearms. That was my upbringing. I did cheer, gymnastics, dance, all of those things, but on the weekends, I was wearing a pink gun on my side at 8 years old, working a gun show, passing out range passes and selling classes.
That's a little weird.
I had no idea that this would be my profession. I was actually going to school for hospitality management, tourism, and event planning. I wanted to plan weddings. And 2020 changed that. While I was going to college, I was training and a firearms instructor right at 21 years old because I wanted to make extra money. And I realized in 2020 we were staying open during the shutdowns because we were deemed essential because of the Second Amendment. We stayed open every day, and my student base just skyrocketed. And I realized college isn't for me. I want to train more people. And that's where I started Some Chick Who Shoots. I said, well, I'm going to start an Instagram account. I have no idea what it's going to be called. I'm just some girl with a gun or some chick with a gun. Some Chick Who Shoots. That sounds great. And it's become this business and this livelihood, and I work for because of this. I work for Turning Point USA, and I have a gun show with them, but a main part of my job is to talk to high schools and colleges around the country about the Second Amendment and bills coming out in their states. So that is my full-time gig right now. I travel and I talk to these students, and I'm telling you, it is crazy what they're going through, but it's also so empowering of what their questions are. Their questions are more challenging than when an adult comes up to me and asks me questions about firearms and the Second Amendment. It's so empowering. So when I started talking and speaking, I was young. I'm still young. But I was 23, 24 at the time, thinking, well, I have to stand in front of people telling them how to empower and how to train and how to purchase a firearm or exercise your Second Amendment, how to stand up for your rights. How do you do that? You know, it's very easy to stand up here and say, you need to do this. You need to support the Second Amendment. We need to, stop these gun bills from happening, but how? We can easily stand up here, and we have legislators, and we have people who, this is my full-time job, but you guys are out here on your own time wanting to support it. It is my job. And you are doing this on your own time. So how do you go home today and support and advocate for the Second Amendment? One is showing up today here, but I have 3 that I like to explain of how to argue and how to support the Second Amendment. And what I realized is these 3 things really hit home for me. Know your line, be kind, and play offense. So knowing your line, I was speaking at a school, Rider University in New Jersey, this past October, and I was arguing or having a very, very respectful debate with a student. And he was arguing about the magazine capacity, and he said he supports the Second Amendment, but he understands why we should have a magazine ban or magazine capacity. And we were talking, and we basically, in the same conversation, he said, I'm okay with the 10-round capacity ban. I said, what's your stopping point? What if it goes to 9 or 6 or 5? And he says, well, that's infringing on the Second Amendment. And I said, so why does 10? He said, well, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, I feel like 10's fine. I said, you do, I don't. But the difference is that we have our own line in the sand. And it's very easy when these gun bills are coming out that you think, well, that doesn't really affect me. The pistol brace ban, I don't own a gun with a pistol brace, so I don't know how that affects me. Know your line to draw in the sand and do not cross that line. My line, I would say, about 2 years ago was pretty lackadaisy. You know, I was like, well, I love the Second Amendment. This is great. I'm teaching. I didn't really dive too much deeper into it until 2020, and then that's when I realized that we needed to act. And I realized that my line backed up way tighter than a lot of people. I have nothing's crossing. And what I mean by that is I don't like being played in these gun bills. They're very they're manipulative, and I don't have that line to draw anymore. So that's my line, but I didn't tell that student, you need to come back here to my line to support the Second Amendment. No, I told him, know your line, respect that line. That line can move depending on what education you get or what you're learning. But know your line and stay there and stay true to it, because these gun bills are very manipulative. The second one is be kind. And that's an odd thing to say up here during a Second Amendment rally, right? We're all very kind people, but be kind. One of my favorite quotes is, kindness in words creates confidence, kindness in thinking creates profanity, and kindness in giving creates love. I do this a lot when I'm teaching. I train a lot of women around the country, a lot of brand new shooters, and a lot of people experiencing trauma. Kindness is huge. Kindness in teaching, kindness in giving, kindness in thinking. So when you're trying to argue these bills or have a conversation, right, all of us are like-minded people, but what we need to do is get out and impact the people who don't think like us. Right? We're all on board. How do we get other people on board? And it's not going on social media and jumping in their comment or saying today, all day. No, there are people in the middle of the right and left. How do we communicate with them? Because if we're so far on the right, we're saying you have to meet us here. I'm stubborn, I wouldn't. I'm extremely stubborn. If I'm being told what to think and how to think it and what level I need to do in order to feel like I support firearms, I'm super stubborn. I'd be like, don't tell me what to do. I won't want to listen. I feel like we'd be the same way when talking about an issue that we don't agree with. So be kind. You don't have to know the facts. I don't have to sit here and list numbers and data from 2020 and 2022. I can do that. But if I'm trying to impact another person and get them to listen to me, I'm not going to throw that out. I would shut down. I want to be talked to, and I want to hear that person and why they believe the way that they believe. And then that way maybe I've earned their ear. And I can hear what they can hear what I want to say. And that's how we slowly impact. Invite them to the range and just say, hey, come to the range with me. It is also a really fun sport. It's not all about concealed carry and protecting your home. It's also a sport. It's something that we do growing up. So think about it that way. Post on social media or share with your community members times where firearms were used in self-defense. Not just about the pistol brace ban and gun control. We're reacting. It's a bunch of reactions. How are we going to act? How are we going to play offense and be kind doing it? And kind of leading into that of playing offense, how do we do that? How do we act rather than waiting for a gun bill to come out saying, how are we going to react to this fight? I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. Let's wait and see what they say. No, how else are we going to play offense in this fight? And there's a couple ways that I do this. One, very easy. You can leave today and do this. You can vote with your dollar. You can decide who you're going to shop with. You can drop a lot of businesses who don't agree with your morals and values, and that could easily be gun-free zones. Then I'm just not going to shop there. Public Square is a huge one. I love Public Square. It's a app where you can search your location, and there are businesses on there all around the country that line up with our morals and values, so we can respect and shop at the right businesses. Free State Social is an amazing one. It's a social media app that doesn't shadow ban you. Weird. This one's very important, especially for firearms industry. We can't promote firearms on other social media platforms. It's very difficult. So support places that support us. Take classes. Take firearms training classes. Educate yourself. You owning a firearm, it's a paperweight. How are you training yourself? How are you challenging yourself and running through, getting your permits, running through scenarios so that you are trained with that firearm?
Like right now.
And obviously following AZCDL, DC Project, NRA, USCCA, all of those, and staying up to date. You don't have to go into a bill and be an expert on it. That's a way that you can do this, but there are so many other ways to support the Second Amendment and win this fight. Know your representative. That's huge. So I'm going to leave you with this. Once again, kindness in words creates confidence, kindness in thinking creates profanity, and kindness in giving creates love. And I like adding a little extra. A kind citizen who is armed should be respectfully feared. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Paige. Hey, we want to, y'all in your teal t-shirts, head on over here and get your picture taken. We're ready to do that group photo, and if you don't have a lady in a teal t-shirt, send her over here to get one. We also want to remind you that we got food trucks over there. We got raffles going on at the Riders USA booth. They're giving away some awesome guns. It's just $10 for a ticket. We're going to have the drawing at the end of our festivities this afternoon. So get on over there and buy you up some tickets for that. Be sure and check in with all of the vendors here. We're going to take just a couple of minutes between speakers. Encourage you to go around and talk with the vendors and buy some products and thank them for being here and supporting our Second Amendment. I think that's about all I've got to say right now, so maybe we'll have a little bit of music for a couple of minutes, and then we will be back. Uh-oh, Rustling Hunter coming up next, so be ready for that.
Music break. Music break. Música de la música.
All right, everybody. Squeeze in.
Hey, later, Kevin. Thanks for hanging out. See you later, bud.
Oh, wait, we got more coming. More coming. We got more coming. Sorry.
Run a start. Welcome back, man.
Ford, get that nightgown out of here.
Okay, let's leave.
Can I have you guys go down to the other side so we get things out?
It's loading.
You look fabulous, darling. Always
You look marvelous.
All right, are we ready? 1, 2, 3. Stay there.
Good hands.
How are you? Good, and you? Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta yell out.
Hey, congratulations, glad you made it safe, dude. Did you go through a blizzard or something?
All right, that was supposed to be a musical interlude from you all, so hopefully you were singing like the ensemble that you are, huh? See, I'm just going to keep going back to that analogy. You can't stop me because I have a microphone. All right, my goodness, we have still a huge lineup of speakers coming. And I want to thank again the media that has come out to help us today. And I'm going to do my best to name them, mention them by name, because we need to support the people who are supporting us and sharing our voices. Over here, running all this craziness here, is Justin Moscow. I hope I said your name right. Moscow. Justin Moscow running all the sound. Thank you so much. We have Hannah Wistort. She's running around in a polka dot dress like me. I don't hate that at all. She is our amazing photographer at our auction house, Pot of Gold Estate Auctions. We have Sean Campbell. He's got a drone going on. Sean Campbell's here somewhere. He's probably trying to be incognito right now. We have Ford Fisher of News Number 2 Share, news2share.com. Now, when Ford said he was coming, because he came from, isn't it D.C.?
Virginia now.
Virginia. Came all the way from Virginia. Now, usually when you see Ford, he's in riot gear. So I was like, Ford, do you know something I don't know? And he said, no, I just want to come and see y'all. So thank you for being here, Ford Fisher, News to Share. We have Chris Swainhart somewhere around here. Guns.com. Chris is here somewhere, I believe. We have George Nime. Did I say it right? George Nime from MAAP Real Talk Show. MAAP Real Talk Show. He's always in the chamber. You will see him with his camera in chambers, recording for us in real time what's going on with our elected officials.
Does that work?
It's really awesome.
Yeah, you want to see it drop?
We also have Ray Michaels of grassroots50.com. He's running around out here somewhere. And George Ortiz of the Chips and Salsa
something
Show.
in it, just chop it.
All right, if there's any more, please make me aware so that I can thank you for being here. If we have any elected officials of any sort here, please make me aware, because we want to thank you for taking your time to come out and support the work we're doing.
Might be a little
All right,
self-explanatory,
without further
but why have you brought a
ado,
guillotine
two
out to the 2A
awesome
rally?
friends of mine. Now, this history goes way back. One of the gentlemen I'm going to introduce is Mike Russell. Now, Mike Russell used to be on KTAR. He had the Go Show, the Get Outdoors Show. And my husband Dan and I were his Saturday 15-minute segment talking about guns. So, all this stuff I do in front of a microphone, your fault. Your fault. You're welcome, and thank you. Right, so, and his sidekick, his other half, his better half, some would say, Rob Hunter, the host of the KFYI sensation of a show, Russell and Hunter. Woo!
It's on. There it's on. Hi. Yeah? Like you want to hear my voice again. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Holy cow. What a great turnout. You guys having a good time? Yeah. Yeah, this is the safest place in the southwestern United States right now. I'm very excited to be here. The reason why I brought my boy Rob up here is that Rob's a counter. And I wanted to highlight this because I think it's so important for all of us as advocates not to just show up at events like this and commune with ourselves, because everyone here is a Second Amendment supporter. I'm talking about reach out, outreach to other people, people you know, people around, people, your neighbors, your co-workers. Just keep planting seeds. Rob is from Massachusetts. Yeah. So Rob, probably never saw a firearm until he was out of Massachusetts.
Yep, the only guns I saw were on a cop.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Rob had no concept of this, and it was my goal and my mission to kind of bring him in the fold, but tell him what the whole upbringing in Hanson, Massachusetts.
So there was this gun club called the Hanson Rod and Gun Club, and I would drive by when I was 16. I'm like, who goes and shoots guns? You'd hear them pop them off, and you're like, weird. So I'm 16, eventually I move out of Massachusetts, go to Florida, go around guns, move to New Orleans, do a little radio show, and some guy calls the radio show and says, you want to go shoot guns? I'm like, cool idea. This is before I knew Mike. He would have advised me differently. Let's take a strange man, go into his car with firearms, and go to the woods in Louisiana somewhere.
That's exactly what Mom taught you not to do.
Yeah, because of that, I became more open-minded, right? You go fire a gun, and you're like, oh, it's not just, it's fun. Can we still say that? Shooting is fun?
Should say it's fun.
Yeah, and then, lo and behold, I move out of New Orleans. I meet this guy when I moved here in 2007. He's like, anytime. So I'm like, all right, let's go.
And that's just not the pressure. That's the thing I think is one of the keys. Is just, hey, anytime you're invited, period. Anytime you feel like it, let's go. And every time you're going to the range, every time you go to Ben Avery, maybe go to Shooter's World, wherever you're going to go, and just invite somebody. You don't have to be pressured. Just say, hey, this is what I'm doing this weekend. This is what I'm doing tonight. Do you want to come? If they don't want to come, fine. No big deal. Just move on. It's no big deal. But keep asking the question. Don't stop asking the question. Keep on them and just invite them. Don't. One of the worst things you can do. What do you mean you don't own a firearm? What do you mean? Don't you want to protect yourself? What if somebody breaks into your house? How would you get? No. But then you start talking about it. Here's what I have for home protection. This is why I practice. This is why I take classes. This is why I'm certified. This is why I have a concealed carry license. And just show them that it's an education. Show them that it's something that's responsible and not just, Yosemite Sam style.
Especially from a man right here, right? There's a lot of people like me that move to this state because this state is way better than all the other states. So if someone's from Massachusetts, they've never been around a firearm, or Illinois, Chicago or something.
Well, Illinois and Chicago, they've seen guns, they've just been shot at.
But we're the team that welcomes new people in because it's all about numbers, right? The more people we have that know firearms, the more willing they are to protect the Second Amendment, stand up for it, and vote for people that advocate Second Amendment.
And here's the deal. All of you here today, every single one of you, the people milling around, having a great time, even the kids that were brought here against their will, every single one of you, you're the responsible firearm owners. You are the true patriot Second Amendment Americans, and you have such a great opportunity because you already have the passion. Obviously, you have the fire inside you. All you need to do is just start to light that fire and just show everybody the way. Show everybody the way to the Second Amendment, the Constitution, protecting themselves, protecting their families, and getting involved in one of the most fun sports you can possibly be involved in.
So go buy guns.
Go buy lots of guns. Hey guys, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
My goodness. I love those guys. If you aren't following them on all the social medias, the Instagram, if you aren't following them, you are missing out big time. They've got some great content. All right, coming up next. Now, I kind of, had a spoiler alert earlier for our next speaker. And he's the president of an organization. Don't even act like you knew it was a thing, because you didn't until today. And now that you do, your world has been expanded. Thank you, you're welcome. Our next speaker is the president of the Liberal Gun Club of Arizona, Scott Pryor, because he says, and I agree, the Second Amendment was never meant to be partisan. The Bill of Rights is for everyone. All Americans, regardless of political affiliation, have the same rights guaranteed by our Constitution. Scott and I agree that we need to unite all pro-Second Amendment people from all political backgrounds to fight against the wrong-headed ideas of gun control. And praise God for the work that the Liberal Gun Club is doing, because who can speak louder to our Democratic politicians with their wrong-headed ideas than their very voter base who says we value our Second Amendment rights. All right, big round of applause for Scott Pryor.
Hello, everyone. Beautiful afternoon, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't get better than this. Last week we were raining, so here we go. Nice sunny skies. I'm sure a lot of you are wondering why a person like me would be up here talking to you, and I can answer that question pretty quickly. But I want to set two things straight. Number one, I didn't vote for him. And number two, I didn't vote for her. Now, I'm not a partisan voter. I'm the type of person that wants to know who's going to represent me the best. I have voted for Republicans. Pinal County Supervisor Jeff Surdy, he's here somewhere. Sheriff Mark Lamb. Both of them are, I consider, good friends, and I believe that they can do the job to represent me, even though we may disagree on a few things. I grew up in the Panhandle of Texas. I was an Army brat, so I was born in Oregon, lived in Washington, lived in Bad Kitzigen, Germany, lived in Grand Prairie, Texas, and then moved finally to a place called California's Boys Ranch up north of Amarillo. I handled my first firearm when I was 13. It was a 410 gauge shotgun, and we went hunting over Christmas break. And at the end of the Christmas break, I had my first experience shooting, 0 quail, 4 fence posts. So I called that a win. I grew up, I graduated top of my class in 1986, went to West Texas State University, which is now West Texas A&M, received a Bachelor of Science, and I currently am in the water engineering department of the new TSMC plant north of the facility, of the city. I left the Democratic Party in 2017 because I got tired of looking at a platform that said, let's ban this. I don't agree with the idea that we call AR-15s assault rifles, because anything that you assault somebody with is an assault weapon. They disagreed, and I made a lot of enemies, so I left the party and became an independent voter and vote according to what my heart tells me and my mind tells me. I was treated badly by some of the people in the Democratic Party when they found out just how strongly I supported the Second Amendment, because I'm the type of person that thinks that every amendment to the Constitution needs to be supported equally. They only care about the first. I care that the second is meant to defend the first. So it makes a big difference. Why do we need to protect the Second Amendment? I mean, that's an easy question. A lot of people will tell you it's because we need to protect ourselves from a tyrannical government. And I expand that just a little bit more because I believe it's more than that. Yes, we should do that, but also it's to protect ourselves. I want to protect myself. I want to protect my wife. I want to protect my family. And I can't wait for the police to show up. In Apache Junction, where I live, you're talking 3 to 5 minutes of response time. I can deal with it in less than that and still come out alive. And that's what's important to me and my wife. I don't know if any of you heard of Robert Reams from Louisiana? No? He was a convicted felon, spent 20 years in prison for armed robbery, got out, carjacked a guy, crashed the car, took a shovel and a lug iron and broke into a woman's house. She shot him dead. The sheriff said that the case appears to be a homeowner exercising Second Amendment rights to protect herself and her children from a violent home invasion. That's why the Second Amendment is important to me, and that's why we have to protect it. Now, Representative Wynn was accurate when he said, what's going on in the buildings behind you is definitely going to affect the Second Amendment. One vote in that building, one vote in that building, and it's even. And those gun bills go straight to the governor, and you know she'll sign them. So we have to really, really be stressful to both our Republican and Democratic representatives that we don't believe in that, and that they are supposed to represent all of us. Right now here in Arizona, he killed all those bills. That was a great thing. But I will disagree with him on one point. And sorry, Representative Wynn, I disagree with you. Do you guys remember the Safer Communities Act that was signed last year, the first piece of gun legislation in 20, 30 years? 15 Republican senators and 14 Republican House members signed that bill as a yes. So, it's great to vote for people that support the Second Amendment, but don't always assume it's going to be a Republican. We know that gun control doesn't work. Look at California. Top 3 states for gun control, they just had 2 mass shootings, none of which was with an assault rifle. Okay, how did that happen? Well, because criminals don't follow the law. Here in Arizona, Heath Daniels killed a man named Jose Ramirez. He was a felon, he had a gun. Ursula and Robert Mayo killed his wife. He was a felon, he had a gun. They don't go through a background check to get their guns, they go to the guy on the street. More laws is not going to stop that. So the big thing we need to concentrate in is to make changes in the way we all interact left and right and center, so we make ourselves more powerful by coming together as a group as opposed to factions. Whoops, I almost knocked that over. So we gotta figure out how to unite that. And if you look on people online, they are constantly just going at each other. It seems like that is the new social thing where everybody just has to own the other side online. Well, let's change that up. Let's not own the other side on the other side of the aisle. Let's work together. We need to support 2A business and organizations. That's been said already up here today, and it's very important to do that. My sponsor, almost every single gun I bought in the past 5-10 years, except for the one on my hip right now, I bought there at AJI Sporting Goods. Because he's my friend, it's a family-owned business. We need to support that. In kind of an odd shot, we need to elect 2A Democrats. We've got districts here in Arizona that are heavy-leaning Democratic. Well, if we don't support the 2A Democrats, it's just going to be what we're seeing now. We have to change the public view of gun ownership. If you look at TV, all you see is negatives. The CDC removed all of its defensive handgun information and statistics off their website because it doesn't follow and portray what they want us to know. So we need to start countering the negative news stories with positive news stories online, however you can. We need to create more gun owners, and one of the ways to do that is by competition shooting. Now, I don't know if any of you noticed that there is, in the Olympics, 15 shooting events in the summer games and 11 events in the winter games. But you never see those on TV. You don't see anything like that about guns on TV because it doesn't fit the narrative of those that want to control it. So we need to try to find a way to do that. So my idea, kind of, is that when people post something like, why do you need an AR-15? Well, go online, get a video link to somebody that shoots in competition shooters, and then post that link. Don't comment, just post that link. And that way they can see a really good reason and safe reason and law-abiding reason why the AR-15 is necessary. We have to work together, folks. It's not a left, it's not a right, it's not a center. It's an American issue. And as Americans, regardless of political party, we have to actually follow through and come together. Thank you very much.
Rumble in the house. We got D-Live,
liberals
Facebook,
that own guns and defend the Second Amendment. That's what it's all about. I remember a time not too long ago when we had allies on both sides of the aisle, but then one side decided that you either had to be anti-gun or you had to leave, and the other side decided to give us some lip service, and so we just have to go with the guys that are at least saying that they're going to support what we want. And that's just the way we end up. Our next speaker is a U.S. Navy veteran. He's a devoted husband and father. He's a former pastor in the Phoenix metropolitan area, but you probably know him as the founder and the owner of Active Self-Protection. So cover your ass, John Correa.
Well, that was a bad introduction. It was a great introduction, but not the way I wanted to come up here. Sorry about that. Hey, everybody, my name's John, and I am the founder and owner of Active Self-Protection. If you ever listened, anybody here ever watched a video where somebody got mugged on YouTube and some dude talked about it? That was me. Okay, so that was me that you were watching. And so, kind of my bailiwick, what I'm known for is every single day, I talk about what really happens in real gunfights. Not theory, but actuality. So I have 2 things for you today. One, from a practical perspective, from all of us here who are armed, because I'm gonna guess what, 98.7% of us are. And the 3 of you who are here who are not armed, what's wrong with you? And one for all of us as we seek to go out into our world and be advocates for the Second Amendment. Number one, when's the last time you trained with your firearm? Not the last time you went to the range, but when's the last time that you got under instruction and let somebody help you get better? So my primary mission, I started Active Self-Protection. The whole YouTube channel came about because as a firearms instructor, I wanted to make my classes more evidence-based. I wanted to teach what people actually needed to do. Yeah. And I'm just going to say this to my shame and to our shame. I'm here today. My friend Adam Winch is here. He's one of the best firearms instructors in America, and he shouldn't be. The reason that he shouldn't be here is he should be on the range teaching. He had a class today, and unfortunately, none of us signed up for it. And my encouragement to you is this. Now listen, I'm a Second Amendment absolutist, okay? I'm an absolutist. I don't think there should be any training requirements to own a firearm. I don't think there should be any training requirements mandated by the government in order to carry a firearm. I'm 100% for constitutional carry. And that means it's on us to be good enough. I see people every day defend themselves with firearms, but functionally the thing is a noisemaker. They're firing it off in the air. I'm really scared. Oh, bang, 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 bang. Leave me alone. I'm really scared. And it works. But would you agree with me that's also fairly dangerous? And so instead, if somebody's a deadly threat, I want those rounds, if I have to fire them, to go to their intended target and stop them. And that means taking a class. I can't tell you enough. You've got several companies here that are represented that provide high-quality firearms instruction. And if you haven't gotten in a class in the last 12 months, let me challenge you to get to one this year. To spend the time, to spend the money, to spend the ego to get better. Now, I only say that from a position of I do it too. I think I just crossed the 1,400 hours of gun school, threshold. I love going to gun school because it's fun. Who here's been to a gun class in the last year or so? Is it a good time? Do you have fun? Right, it's a great day. It's a great day of fun. So go take a gun class. And then when you're not training with your firearm, which you should go to the range, make sure that you're okay with it. Listen, you spend an awful lot more time carrying and owning firearms than you do using them, even if you're a shooting junkie like I am, okay? And you are the ambassador for the Second Amendment in your world. So let me encourage you, not only in your own actions with your firearms, but also in your interactions with other people with firearms. We have a saying at Active Self-Protection. It's a 5-point checklist for all people who are firearms owners. In fact, it's for all people, period. And that is, I encourage you all to be a good, sane, sober, moral, prudent person. Be a good, sane, sober, moral, prudent person. And what does that mean? It means good. It means your heart is set on the good of others, on helping them, and on earnestly desiring their best and doing what you can to see it come about. You're sane, and that means your mental map of the world matches reality. I see an awful lot of people that they know exactly how their gunfight's going to go, and they tell me about how their gunfight's going to go. They say things like, well, John, the average gunfight is 3 rounds and 3 yards in 3 seconds. And I say, where'd you get that statistic from? Well, everybody knows it. I go, everybody may know it, but it's wrong. What do you mean? Well, the FBI said, no, they didn't. Trust me, I asked everybody at the FBI, I read through everything the FBI had. The FBI has never said that. So make sure that your map of reality actually matches reality. That's what it means to be sane. Sober doesn't mean you can't have a beer. Some of us like them more than others. But it does mean that you've thought through the consequences of your actions and you've thought through what actually happens afterwards. I can't tell you enough. Listen, I'm not trying to pimp my own stuff, but we have a podcast, Active Self-Protection Podcast. You can find it on podcasting platforms where we let real people who've been in real gunfights tell their story of what actually happened. A new one every single week, mostly private citizens. And I got to tell you, you got to soberly think through that because a gunfight is the worst day of your life, and I don't care that you win. If you lose, obviously, it's a really bad day. Even if you win, it's a bad day. And so you got to think through that and know what that consequence is going to be so you're prepared for it. Next, you're moral. You're a good person doing good things, not taking from others, not threatening people with guns, not using these. Remember, we use our firearms as a shield, not as a sword. I'm going to say that again. We use firearms as a shield, not as a sword. As protection, as a defensive tool. We talk about defensive gunfights, because if you use your firearm offensively, then you are an offender. When you use it defensively, then you are a self-defender. Those are very different things, so that's part of what it means to be moral. And then prudent. You do the smart things. Who remembers how stupid they were as a teenager? Right? Do you lament that sometimes? You're like, oh man, I just thank God. Can I get an amen from everyone who grew up before social media? Amen. And all your stupidity is not out there for the world to see on the grams? Right? And I'm like, oh, thank you, Lord Jesus, that I grew up before that. My point is that when you're young, you don't have that prudence. But now as adults, we need to be prudent people and do the smart thing. And maybe that means just saying I'm sorry. You know, you get into an argument with somebody, can't tell you enough the number of gunfights that I see that happen out of road rage incidents. When all that could have been, a prudent thing would have been to say, my bad, man, I'm sorry. Hey, you're right. So sorry about that. Have a nice day. Now, extrapolate that out from your defensive gunfighting and using to the rest of your world. What if you're a good, sane, sober, moral, prudent person out in your world, to your neighbors, to your co-workers at work, including those who are anti-gun, to the people at church who think that guns are evil and should, be banned? If instead they know you as the good, sane, sober, moral, prudent person who's earnestly interested in them, cares for them no matter what, no matter if you agree with them or not, they know you love them and that you're for them as a person, then you win friends.
What the fuck?
And when you win friends, even if they go, hey, I disagree,
what
but I wish we had more people like you.
Dude, that's
like,
a working guillotine.
And you can call them to your side.
Who does
so my two encouragements to you today.
Dude,
number
where's
one,
OSHA?
If you haven't taken a class with your firearm, you're delinquent. I get it. I'm a member of the unorganized militia as well. But you're carrying a carbine here today, and you have not gone under instruction with it in the last year and gotten better with your skills and passed an actual objective, qualitative.
These people are so stupid there that they're willing to put their neck inside of an active guillotine. I can't even listen anymore.
And you should get rid of your whoopee and replace it with an actual defensive tool. And number two, you be the force for good in your world. You be the force for kindness in your world. You be the force that everyone looks to when everything goes wrong in any given way because you love them. Right. No matter what they believe about anything else. And that's how I think you make an individual difference for the Second Amendment. God bless you guys. Have a great day.
There you go. Be nice. It helps. It works. I'm going to fly by the seat of my pants, and I'm going to change up the schedule just a little bit because Sheriff Mark Lamb needs to be someplace else. But ladies and gentlemen, there's not many patriots that can outshine Sheriff Lamb. He's a constitutional conservative sheriff of Pinal County. Sheriff Lamb is a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. He's dedicated to protecting the rights and freedoms of the people that he serves, and he's also the author of American Sheriff, Traditional Values in a Modern World. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheriff Mark Lamb.
I can't be contained to this podium here. Thank you guys so much, and I want to say thank you for the prayers for my family. It means so much to us. I've had so many of you come up to us, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of our heart. Honestly, without our faith in God and Jesus Christ, and without the prayers of so many great people, this would have been too much to go through. So thank you so much. Quick question here. Who thinks this new wrist brace decision is garbage and unconstitutional? Yeah. I thought I'd get more applause than that, but I'd be honest with you. But I'll tell you, as a sheriff, I see this as unconstitutional, exactly what it is. The ATF is not a legislative branch of government, and this is a slippery slope to allow them to start making decisions like this, because who knows what's next? What are they going to determine is within their scope to make illegal again? These are firearms bought legally by law-abiding citizens, and I'll tell you, as a sheriff, we're going to fight for that. We're going to fight for your right to maintain those. I want to tell you a quick little story. It's an Aesop fable. For those of you who are literary people, Aesop writes a bunch of little fables. They don't always end well, but I got a fable for you. It's about a lion and a farmer. This lion falls in love with this farmer's daughter. And the farmer is very trepid about this because he's afraid of the lion's sharp teeth and the lion's claws. But the lion and his daughter continue to fall in love, and at one point the farmer realizes he's probably not going to be able to stop this, and certainly too scared to stop the lion from loving his daughter. When he asks the lion, he says, "I'm just concerned about your sharp claws and your sharp teeth that might hurt my daughter." And the lion says, "No, my sharp teeth and my sharp claws will protect your daughter." In the end, the farmer decides, he's going to allow this to happen. The lion is going to marry the daughter. So he goes to the lion, he says, I'm going to let you marry my daughter on one condition. That condition is you have to take out your teeth and claws. Now the lion, he loves his teeth and claws. It's who he is. He protects his family. He protects himself with it. But he loves the daughter so much he decides, for safety, that he's going to remove his teeth and claws. He does so, and when he recovers, he comes back to the farmer to tell him that he's ready to marry his daughter. He removed his teeth and his claws, and the farmer proceeds to club him to death. The moral to the story, as tragic as this is that you have teeth and claws, sharp teeth and claws. We don't use it to hurt other people. We use it to protect ourselves and our loved ones, and we use it to protect the country we love. In the end, you will never want to give up your sharp teeth and claws. And you certainly don't want to do it at the behest of the farmer. This is to keep him in check too. So in the end, the moral to the story is do not give an inch on your Second Amendment rights. And when you're talking about Second Amendment, put it in a perspective that they can understand. They want to look at it as guns. Take the guns out of it. This is the Second Amendment to the Constitution. I wouldn't allow you to change the Second Amendment just as I won't allow you to change the First Amendment. Your right to say what you believe. Your right to practice your religion. The freedom of the press. I wouldn't allow them to search your house without a search warrant, or to let the soldiers stay in your home. That is how you have to look at this. If we're going to start changing amendments, which the Second Amendment is, then don't think they're not going to come after the First Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. So take the guns out of it and look at it for what it is. It is an amendment to the Constitution. It is a protection that the Founding Fathers gave us to protect our God-given rights to freedom and to preserve that freedom. We have to uphold the Constitution, and we have to uphold the Second Amendment, because that's what protects it all. Guys, I have loved being the sheriff. This has not been a decision come easily, but I am seriously making it. I love protecting it on a local level, but I am seriously considering making a run at the U.S. Senate so I can go to Washington and protect these rights for you. So keep out your eye on social media. Look out for a possible announcement, because we're going to take this fight and we're going to restore law and order and the Constitution to Washington, D.C. God bless all of you guys, and God bless America. He's got a great question. What are we going to do? You guys all need to reach out to your politicians and let them know how much, if you don't appreciate what's happened to the farmer who used self-defense. I don't know all the details to the case, but what I can assure you is the bond seems a little bit excessive, and you guys should let your voices heard on that.
Let's do something about it. Bring it up and have a rally over there.
Guys,
let's do something about it. Thank you.
Here's one thing. Remember, the power is in the people. You have the power. Let your voices be heard. My voice is goes only so far. Let your voices be heard. Thank you.
Right on, Senator.
Well, 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 who knew that announcement was going to come? That's fantastic. I love it. I love the idea of that. Thank you so much. Sheriff Lamb, it's really like the whole family serves together, and I love that they all come together and help support our rights and our laws. There are so many places that our laws don't even matter, and that is where the criminals thrive. So thank you again. All right, our next speaker comes all the way from a little place, it actually is pretty little, called New Jersey. Has anybody ever heard of New Jersey? Right? So, not exactly the most freedom-oriented state among ours, right? He has the governor that says that, the Constitution is just above his pay grade. It's beyond his control to do anything other than to infringe on it constantly. Phil Murphy, the governor of New Jersey, not a fan. I am not a fan of his. All right, so Tony Simon is coming up. He is the owner of Simon Says Train. And the second is for everyone diversity shoot. The cool kids call it the 2A, 4E. Tony comes to us from New Jersey as a ghost of things yet to come for Arizona if we don't get in and stay vigilant in this conversation across the nation. But we know Tony, those of us that know and love Tony, as the largest pound for pound biggest gun bunny in the industry, Tony Simon. Has anybody seen him? I can't find him. Where's Tony? That's for you, Charlie Cook.
Hello, everyone. I get to go after America's sheriff announces he's running for Senate. I feel like the guy that went on after Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. What's going on, everyone? Thank you for coming out. I really appreciate it. I come from Jersey where freedom goes to die. And I actually want to tell you, it's coming to you. That's what I came out here to talk to the people of Arizona about. I've been in the Second Amendment advocacy movement since 2012, but I actually joined the NRA, I was going to say what year. When I was in my teens, I joined the NRA, and I wish it was the Second Amendment advocacy group I grew up with, or I grew up believing in. Guess what? They need help. They need us. This is an individual right, and we can't allow the only people that do the heavy lifting for us to be groups. It's got to be you. We got to quit bullcropping. Now, I was just listening to what was being told about how big this crowd used to be. It was twice the size last year. My thing is this, you're in a fight now. This is not going to be a one-time fight. You don't have to beat who's in here. We got to beat an idea to spread across the country that gun control is good for us. Gun control is not good for you. I live in New Jersey. It is not going to stop. Whatever they're telling you is the foot in the door. They're kicking it in, and they're coming for your rights. Now, in New Jersey, we went from assault-full I don't even know the term, and I can't even talk about that crap now. 30-round magazines that are standard. We went to 15-round magazines in the 90s, and then 10-round magazines in 2018. And they're talking about reducing it again, going after features. It never stops. The fight will never go away. So what we need is what I tell people. No one party, no one race, no one gender, no one sexual orientation is going to win this fight. If you think it is, you're making a mistake. This is a mistake that the NRA made, and a lot of the Second Amendment advocacy groups out there made. They dismiss people of color. They dismiss anybody that wasn't a male, white, Christian dude, and what you did was get canceled. And that's messed up. But this is what you can do. You can support others. It is time for you to take a step back and push women forward. That's why I promote DC Project and the women from the DC Project. They're going to have to take the lead. The women are going to have to take the lead. The minorities are going to have to take the lead because the Second Amendment is for everyone, and we got to prove it. They can't, well, I was going to say they can't call me a racist, but I got called a Nazi for the first time in 2014. So I guess, you know, hey, listen, diversity got to the Nazi party. What can I say? But that was the first time I was called a racist, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to cancel you with name calling, even if it doesn't make sense. We got kids here. So don't fall for that. Don't fall for that. You got to stay in this fight no matter what. This is a generational struggle. This is not going to end with one election. This is not going to end with one term. It's not going to end with you beating one bill. This is a fight you're going to have to be in for the rest of your life. This is generational. Now, you don't have to come to every event. You don't have to march and everything. You don't have to take signatures from everybody. But you need to be in this fight. Because if you're not, they will walk over you. And they have plans. This thing has been going on for a long time. Now, a lot of us go, oh, history. Well, that was back then. Let me tell you something. I am the first generation of black American to have and be born with the same rights as a white American. All right? That's not that long ago, no matter what my wife tells me. That is not that long ago. And when you go, what do you mean? The last of the black civil rights legislation was signed in 1968. 1968 was the first time I could live wherever I could afford to live and wasn't dictated by law that I couldn't live in. So that's what I'm talking about. These are my civil rights, and I'm not giving one up, especially for somebody's feelings. Let me explain to you. Safety is a feeling. It ain't real. You earn that. We have to fight for this. I had a crisis of faith in 2016, wondering if I was doing the right thing. Because I've always prayed, since I started the Second is for Everyone Diversity Shoot in 2015, I prayed that I do the right thing. I prayed that I did this for the right reasons. I was in Atlanta at NRA, and I decided to go see the Martin Luther King Jr. Historical Center. And I'm there, and I'm watching the movie, and I'm walking around the museum, and I'm seeing the struggle that he went through. And I'm seeing the hate that was here in America not that long ago. You ever notice they show you in black and white films, so it seems forever ago? We're gonna go get something else. Yeah. First color movie was put out in 1941. Why are they showing you black history in black and white? So they can make it seem like it was forever ago. 1960s, when this was taking place, Vietnam was in color. Vietnam was being piped into your house in color. They did that on purpose to make it seem long ago. So I'm sitting in there, and I realize this is the same fight. This is a continuation of the civil rights struggle. It's not about black people. It's about all people. You saw what happened in 2020. You saw how they tried to control you in 2020. Cover your face.
Got the top side of the sheet today, so
it's only 98% of you that'll live through this, so you need a shot too.
Yeah, you get it.
If you don't get the shot, you're gonna die, but your kids don't need the shot. Oh yeah, your kids need the shot now.
From New Jersey.
Believe in the science. I'm like, well, can y'all figure out what it is? So I usually don't bring anything up, but the reason I brought that up is control. It's about control. It's never about your safety. If it were about your safety, they'd be talking about the 99% of everything else that's gun violence deaths. They don't talk about that. They need the blood of dead children to dance in to take your rights away from you. Does that sound mean? Yeah, it should. It is intentional. I say that because of this. Somebody said, I used to think when they said how many more children have to die, I thought it was a rhetorical question. Now I'm starting to think it was a threat. Think about that. You saw what happened in Uvalde. You watched the cops stand outside the school. We've known since the 90s, since Columbine, that you go into that school no matter what, if you go solo. I'm a fat, old, handsome, tall, slightly overweight firearms instructor. And I would have gone into that room no matter what, with no guarantee of me coming back out to save a child's life. So why are you telling me, oh, the police were there and they couldn't stop it? That's a victimization mentality. Nobody else is going to save you. You are your own first responder. You are responsible for your safety. And if they take that away, the same people that say they have no responsibility to keep you safe, they have zero responsibility for your life unless you're in their custody. But then they're going to tell you, or hint at, you don't need a firearm to protect yourself. But which is it? Do I not need a firearm? Or is there like 2 mass shootings a day according to your math in America? Which one is it? Listen, I'm going to end this because I know people hate getting preached at, but you need to get in the fight. All right? And I don't care how you do it. I don't care if it's just spreading an email, following somebody on social media, donating $1 if that's all you can donate, wearing their sticker, getting on their email list so at least you know the legislation is going down. That's the minimum you can do. You want to do the next level? You want to step it up? Join your local 2A groups, because this is where the fight's going to be. I don't even tell people to join national groups anymore as a first step. Join the group in your state, because this is where the fight's going to be in your state. The national groups will go to the fight that will benefit them the most for the little bit of money they have to spend. But it takes $1 million to get a court case to the Supreme Court. They might not choose the fight in your state. You got to choose the fight in your state. You got to join that local group so they get their butts kicked in the polls so you can win this. And I'm not asking anybody to become a Republican. I'm not asking anybody to become a Democrat. I'm doing this. Fight for your Second Amendment right regardless of your party. Only send pro-2A people to your capital. That's it. The Second Amendment is the human right of self-defense. That's all it is. It's apolitical. It should be apolitical. But what we have to do as citizens is make it political suicide. If you sign up for gun control, I want to kill your career. I want that to be the last thing you ever do. So, this is what we do. We introduce people to firearms regardless of their race, regardless of their religion, regardless of their background, even regardless of their politics, and let them know this is your right, your ability to save your family's life. That's the first step. 2, your ability to fight a government that may want you to do things you may not want to do, i.e. impose their will upon you unwillingly. Yes, you need to do it. That's why they signed it up. The Second Amendment was actually about arms. All arms. The same arms that the military had, they want you to have. That's what the Founding Fathers wanted, because guess what? They didn't trust the government, they found it. They told you that. The entire thing is about, hey, we built this thing, you have to keep an eye on it because they're untrustworthy. Because it's human nature. Then why are we letting it go? They're trying to use fear to convince you to let your rights go, not buy into it. All right, a lot of people became gun owners in 2020, 2021, 2022. Mostly peaceful protests, police not coming out, crime on the rise. It's up to you to stop that. Somebody kicking in your front door. Nobody's gonna magically show up. That little leprechaun called Bloomberg isn't gonna magically delicious his button to the world. So it's gonna be you and your life, your gun against them.
And if the criminals know less people have guns, it's definitely going to get worse. Right?
You gotta get mean, you gotta get ugly, and you gotta bring in other friends and family. This is not a fringe thing. You're not some fringe element of anything. You're Americans. You're Americans celebrating a right that you had from the beginning before they wrote the Constitution. It's called the human right. It's called the natural right of self-defense. And you do want to use the most effective and efficient tool to fight for yourself. Do not let anyone convince you that no one needs an AR-15. Because I agree. I need an M16A4, or at least an M4. I want the bigger switch, baby. So, in closing, because I've gone on too long and the food trucks are just smelling delicious. So what I want to do is say, it's not going to be easy. All right? It is not going to be easy. Because of the Bruin decisions, you're going to have a lot more wins than we did in Jersey so far, but you're going to have to fight. It ain't going to be cheap. So when your Second Amendment groups ask for donations, they're not doing it to buy new suits. They're not doing it to fly fancy planes. They're doing it because the fight's going to be here. Also, a reason you donate to them Second Amendment groups locally is because you can go to the meetings. You can see where that money's going. And you can make them explain it. Now, listen, I love going to an NRA annual meeting like everybody else, but us 80,000 people that show up there ain't getting in to see Wayne LaPierre. But you can get in to see the president in your local events.
It's that time, America. It's that fucking time.
And he's right. It is that time. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because they won't make an AR-15s yet.
Nice. All right, guys, listen, I'm going to close up. I'm going to tell you something, and there's a line from my mentor, Ken Blanchard, Reverend Ken Blanchard. I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Have a great day, everyone.
All gun laws are unconstitutional.
Tony Simon, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Folks, our next speaker is David Laird. He's the owner of Dynamic Combat Solutions. He serves as the vice president of the AZCDL Foundation, and he's the Arizona liaison for bringing the state-of-the-art school emergency response program called FASTER. FASTER saves lives.
I think it might be a plant that just walked
saving
up.
lives all across the country and the nation for a decade, and Dave's here to talk about it. Dave Laird.
Hi, can everybody hear me okay?
that said all laws were...
Fantastic. I wrote a bunch of stuff down, and I think everybody stole what I wanted to say. So we'll just fly off the cuff. First of all, I know I'm already preaching to the choir. I appreciate each and every single one of you showing up today to show your support for the Second Amendment and what all the amazing people that put this event together every year. But the thing that I came to speak about today is the piece that's killing me, because I stood where you stood back in 2008 when I returned from Iraq. When I came home, the state looked a little different. Churches and schools were reaching out to me and asking about training, and anybody that knows me knows that I don't mess around when it comes to training. If you're going to do this, this is what it looks like. I don't cut corners. I don't cut costs. This is what it's going to take, and this is what has to be done. I didn't meet any resistance. I felt like the future of America depended on the fact that we had programs in schools and programs in churches to help them with their self-defense. And then we had Sandy Hook. And then we had additional things that happened after that. Each time we learn a little more and a little more, and everyone is doing their best for what the state will accept, the common people folk. Okay? By 2019, I finally started my own company. I brought in all my instructors, and we made a go of this. It was the scariest thing in my life, and we had to kind of ruffle through COVID. Simultaneously, we got on board with the Arizona Citizen Defense League. They sort of had the same plan that we had. We need to bring faster saves lives here to Arizona. It's an excellent program. It's been in existence ever since the Connecticut Sandy Hook school shooting back in 2010. And they've got a strong track record. I went out there, I did the training with them because I'm not going to endorse something that I haven't been through myself. And I would say it's right on par with the Federal Air Marshal program. Many of the instructors that created the program are former trainers of the Federal Air Marshal program. And that's kind of where I got my start. By 2019, I noticed the legislation here in Arizona changed quite a bit. And one of the things that we always push home in training is that complacency kills. Okay? We go to the range and we shoot a target, we feel good about ourselves, and we're basing our success on our past. If we're improving a little bit each day, we consider that a success. But many of us haven't actually been exposed to an active shooting, an active killing. Many of us haven't been exposed to combat. Many of us haven't been exposed to a home burglary, a home break-in, that sort of stuff. So where do we get that formal education? Where can we go? And I can tell you firsthand that Arizona has some of the best trainers and instructors in the country. But I see most of them flying out of town to do their classes in other states where there's a shortage, which strike me as being odd. Because everybody that I run into in this state is pro-Second Amendment, virtually everywhere. And if that's the case, if our ranges are so full that the state has to build 12 more, then where are all these people at? Why aren't they here today? So not picking on you, I thank each and every single one of you for being here today. But go home and start looking into the Arizona Citizen Defense League. They've been in existence since 2005. They started pushing strong pro-Second Amendment legislation since 2008. They have defeated more than 400 pieces of bad legislation since their creation. And yet many people don't even know who the Arizona Citizens Defense League is. Their membership's $40 a year. They changed the program here at the House and the Senate, and they've created this right to speak. Well, you actually have to physically go in and register on their computer system so that you have the right to speak as a citizen. The AZCDL will help you with that, because I'm like you folks. I work Monday through Friday and Saturday and Sunday, and if my schedule's not full, then I'm doing the honeydews around the house too, because I got to keep Mama happy. But that being said, this is the only way your voice will be heard. When you see AZCDL push out emails and social media posts telling you about these bad bills, don't think that it's a guaranteed win. Don't think that you can be complacent and let someone else fight the fight for you. What gives them strength, what gives me strength when I go in front of your House of Representatives and I can pull up the right to speak, and it shows that we're defeating them 1,000 to 1, that's where we get our strength. But if you're not there, if you're not included in those emails, and sometimes it happens fast. The email goes out on a Friday, and we're there to testify on a Monday. It's scheduled to be at 2, and they push it till 7 o'clock at night. Why? Because they know that if they push it later in the evening, there's less likely a chance of someone getting up to be for that bill or against that bill, and it'll be easier for them to skirt it through. We've got one of the toughest challenges moving forward from today. The next 2 years are going to prove to be the most difficult. And so none of us can be complacent. All of us need to go to our local gun retailers, our local gun ranges, and ask them where their AZCDL stickers and flyers are. Go online, reach out to and contact the AZCDL and get information brochures and flyers from them and distribute them. Because we can't get all the way to Tucson. We can't get all the way to Flagstaff and Prescott, etc. But you live there and you made the effort to drive down here today. So go home with some tools. Start educating everyone on just how important this is. It's probably going to be the most important fight ever. Why do you think someone from New Jersey flew in today to speak to you? Because that is the direction that Arizona will go. Arizona used to be the strongest state for the Second Amendment in the entire nation for 7 years running. And now we're second or third place. We need to maintain control of the Second Amendment here, because if we fall, every Second Amendment group throughout the United States will fall too. We are the last stand, and it is super important. And I can tell you, based on everything I'm seeing, for years it's kind of puzzled me why the First Amendment was so important. Okay? I was puzzled because I couldn't understand why we wouldn't have guns first. That just doesn't make sense. But look at social media today. Social media is silencing the very people that need to pass this news and information to you. The YouTube videos that they're filming today likely are not going to get the 1 million+ views as somebody who's showing you what to eat for dinner or their new purse. That's incredible to me, because this affects your life a lot more than everything else being put out there today. You have to dig through the news channels. You have to relate to friends and relatives in other states and get some back channel to find news reports on a toxic spill in Ohio. Well, guess what? They're going to bury every news report of every person who's defended themselves with using the Second Amendment. Every person who's slated in and saved a police officer's life, they're going to bury that news report. Nobody knows how important this is, and we're slowly seeing our rights dwindle away. Our children aren't allowed to wear shirts with the American flag. They're not allowed to wear anything pro anything. Everything about our freedom of speech is under attack. So is the Second. If you go down the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, it is their playbook. And our founding fathers knew that. And the first thing to go was their freedom of speech. The second was the guns. You start looking at each and every single one of them. The Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the ability for them to house folks in your house. They're in your house. They're on the news stations. They're in your pocket. You carry them with you everywhere. They know everything we're doing all the time. They know how you shop, where you're purchasing items. Pay close attention to the recent stabbing incident that happened in Ohio. The suspect had his phone turned off, and yet they're able to download the incriminating evidence that puts him at the scene of the crime, etc. Look at January 6th.
Yes, we will.
Those folks still haven't had proper representation because they're in a federal court system and they're locked away. Many of them haven't even talked to an attorney yet. None of them have been officially charged. And that's not front page news. U.S. citizens have been in prison for over a year without proper representation. Where's their speedy trial?
Not that I want people killing others with knives and getting away with it.
You support the Second Amendment. It's another to actually get
even when your phone's off.
It's one thing to go to the range and shoot at paper, and it's another to actually do force-on-force classes and see how proficient you are. This should be a natural extension of you. You shouldn't be thinking about your sights or your trigger or how to draw safely, etc. When it's time, that gun needs to be out. You need to be 100% accurate. You have to know and understand the laws, because you will be held responsible for any mistake that you might make, even if it's completely justified.
It's the equivalent of having a chip implanted into us, because everybody keeps their phone on them.
Listen to all the other amazing speakers like Craig Sawman Sawyer, who's fighting against our southern border to prevent child sex trafficking.
Tracks all of it.
Get a chance to see the Second Amendment Foundation and the amazing work that they're doing nationwide and all the lawsuits that they have going on, thanks to our new Supreme Court ruling. But it's not going to be easy, and we can't be complacent. And for that, I thank all of you for your time.
Which is why they knew that J6 was going to happen, and they let it happen. You dig? They had all the information. They knew where those people were at. They knew,
all right, I am so blessed to get to work alongside David Laird. He is the vice president of the AZCDL Foundation. I get to be the president of that amazing organization, bringing Faster Saves Lives here to Arizona. It's just an incredible journey God has us on together, and I can't think of anybody I'd rather be doing it with. So Coming up next,
why Trump
we
let it
have
fucking happen is beyond. I don't. I'm really like, what the fuck, bro? He made it happen, actually.
I'm going to go out on a limb and just say that our Congressman Andy Biggs
apparently
is
he's working
here
for the other side
with us today. Now, Andy Biggs, he has served in both of those buildings behind me. He was in the Arizona State House of Representatives for 8 years, then in the Arizona State Senate for 6 years. Then he got elected to go do
create legislation to control that in the future.
Of D.C.
They're doing the exact opposite of what they think they're doing, is what I'm saying.
By standing up against the status quo, he was one of the awesome 20 who have a backbone. I think he might have been the ringleader. I'm pretty sure he was the ringleader of the 20 who had a backbone and said, you know what, Tim McCarthy, if you are the best choice, you know, we're going to vet you. We're going to put some things in place here. You're not just going to come sliding in there like the heir apparent. We need more of that kind of backbone. I am excited to have him here with me today, with all of us today. I see he's shaking hands with some of his constituents, but I'm going to announce his name anyway and see if I can get him up here.
Whatever happened to the NRA, dude?
Andy Biggs.
Why don't they show up to these things? Okay, yeah, I'd like to do more. Oh, he's Mr. Biggs, dude. Mr. Big, Mr. Big. They call him Mr. Big. Mr. Big, Mr. Big. Not because of my size. That's an old school MTV and 8-Ball. My first rap album.
You know,
coming out hard.
The federal government wants to spin us into oblivion. At the same time,
also, they were the first rave I ever went to.
I want you to think about what they're proposing right now. They want to take and add about $3.5 trillion in new national debt over the next 2 years. Well, that's kind of crazy. And so what I've told them, instead of adding debt, why don't we reduce some of the federal spending? Like, why not start with reducing and eliminating the ATF?
Yeah, why are they at all situations
Are you tired
nowadays?
of having your rights regulated by the federal government? They're not going to stop at guns. You know they basically have de facto gun registries. That's what they want to do. They want to know who's got guns. They want to know what kind of guns you have. They want to go after the ammunition manufacturers. They're going after every accoutrement, including the brace, the gun brace. They can't define an assault weapon, but somehow they want to ban assault weapons. Well, I've really had it in Washington, D.C. It's the most corrupt place I've ever seen on the planet.
They got legal mushrooms, though.
I'm trying to understand why it's okay for us to transfer your tax dollars to Ukraine so they can be weaponized, but they want to take away the weapons and guns of American citizens.
Not my problem. Let's go, Brandon.
Yeah, when you say "Let's go, Brandon," I'm thinking of the State of the Union address I just was at. I can't help it. I'm not going to take too much of your time because everybody here knows what the fight is about. And I have to use the word fight euphemistically, right? I mean figuratively. You can't say fight. It's not politically correct to say fight for your rights anymore. But you're under attack. You're being surveilled by the federal government. And I'm just telling you right now, if we're going to turn this around, it's going to take patriots at the state level, at the local level, and at the federal level. When I was in Congress under Nancy Pelosi, we had to go through a magnetometer every time we entered the floor of the United States Congress.
I'm starting to learn this
because they literally thought conservatives might physically do them harm. I'm not kidding you.
It's
They're
the
still
butthole bands,
paranoid.
man. They're making me leak.
But the only thing we want to do is live our lives under the God-given, God-recognized freedom of the Constitution of the United States of America. And we want them to get the hell out of our lives. That's what we want in America. I appreciate all of you who are here taking a stand for freedom.
And I'll continue to take a stand. I know I'm going to use your word fight again. I know every one of you here will continue to fight for America. And I'm going to continue to fight. I'm not going to get tired of it. And I'll just tell you one other thing. When we stood up and 20 of us said, we're going to fight on that speaker's race, I don't know if any of you happen to see any of that. I stood up at my floor speech and I said, I am tired of the direction this country is going in. Amen. And if you will not make a change, then you'll never get change, and we'll be on the edge of America becoming a failed nation ourselves. Let's not let that happen. God bless each of you very much. God bless this great country. It was founded under his hand, and I really believe we have to take a stand, be courageous, be involved.
YouTube is censoring news to
and
share.
if it's God's will, this nation will persevere for generations to come.
Show some love over there.
And the future generations will thank us because they will have freedom in a nation that continues to be the light and beacon of the world. God bless each of you. Thank you.
There's only 68 people on the stream. That's wild, man. YouTube's like putting a limiter on him.
I told you he was kind of a big steal, did I not? All right. Laugh at my own jokes.
It's almost as if his
somebody's got to, right? All right,
subs aren't
coming up
getting
next,
notified of
we
him going
have
live or something.
Craig
the 61,000 subs.
Sawyer. Craig is a Marine veteran, a former Navy SEAL, sniper and combat instructor. Craig is the owner of Tactical Insider. This is pretty cool. Brings technical advice on weapons and combat to Hollywood films and actors. Somebody needs to. Because if I hear another
dude, is that Paul
sound
Newman?
of a revolver
that's the big
that's
dude.
really not a revolver, like it's crazy. So thank you, Craig, for the work you're doing, right? He's also the producer of a documentary film called Contraland and the founder of Veterans for Child Rescue, the V4CR, exposing and eradicating child trafficking in the United
died in
States.
2008.
I am proud and honored to know this man and to bring him to the stage. Craig Sawman Sawyer.
I want you on Newsmax.
Hey, you definitely got Paul Newman there for a second, though, right?
Well, folks, how many of you think that the firearms might be important to a veteran who was a Marine Corps scout sniper and a Navy SEAL sniper and grew up with a .22 rifle that his grandfather grew up with, and I taught my children to fire a rifle with that same .22 rifle, and I've spent most of my adult life carrying rifles in defense of my nation. I've been to 60 countries around the world now, and I've seen all manner of tyranny and destruction, and I've seen what happens when people are disarmed and not allowed to defend themselves. So most people know me from TV shows like Top Shot on History Channel. Any of you guys see Top Shot? You see me on there? I was on every season of that. Gunning Time, Sniper Deadliest Missions, and a lot of that stuff. Well, that
dude, I remember that shooting show.
Kind of gave me
it was like a
the
game
understanding
show,
that
dude.
if I utilized entertainment to inform the populace about what's going on, I could empower the people and fight in a way that I never could in the military. So that's why we filmed the documentary Contraland. It's about child trafficking in the United States. Has anyone here seen Contraland by any chance? Thank you. All right, quite a few. If you haven't seen it, please go to ContralandMovie.com. It is powerful. It's a little bit of a gut punch, but you need to know, and you deserve to know what's going on with that. And I bring that up because that's what the same globalist cabal who's out to attack our Constitution and take our firearms from us.
Yeah.
That's the child trafficking, and what these sick people do to children is their most vulnerable Achilles heel. It is that which they cannot afford for us to all understand
inside the USA.
and expose. So that's what I'm doing. I'm like a dog on a bone with that thing. But speaking of predators and prey, firearms are the great equalizer, are they not? Our daughter was abducted in Tucson.
Omegal's being used for
and
it,
violently
dude.
assaulted.
I wonder if they know about Omegle.
And it traumatized her severely.
They're
She had
recruiting
just turned
kids off of
18.
Omegle.
She wasn't packing yet. She didn't have that opportunity to defend
They're
herself.
selling kids off of Omegle.
She's been that way ever since, I can assure you.
Weird on there, man.
But what else, other than a
Stay on there
firearm,
long enough, you'll see.
assures that the vulnerable, whether it be the elderly or a family or a petite female, can defend themselves from a predator other than the firearm? It's there for good reason. Our founding fathers were godly men. They founded our country on godly principles. I consider our Constitution the most protective document we have. I believe it is sacred and divine in the principles in which it was crafted and the protections that it provides for us that people have, the likes of which I've seen nowhere else. So anyone that has come against our Constitution and tried to infringe upon our rights has made themselves legally and technically and morally an enemy of the American people, because they swore an oath to protect and defend the Constitution, not to attack it and tear it apart and take away our rights.
This is why they brought the guillotine, I think.
Shall not be infringed is the strongest and clearest possible language. It cannot be misunderstood. It can only be subverted through deceit, omission, and censorship and manipulation of the American populace's understanding. I'll tell you this right now, folks. If you need deceit to force your agenda on the American people, your agenda is evil.
Right. Yeah.
Does anybody hear me?
They were deceitful with COVID, dude. I feel like they were very deceitful.
Your agenda
with
is
COVID.
evil.
That's what he's
Otherwise,
talking about.
the people would vote for it freely. But we see the deceit. We see the manipulation. We see the news media. We live through situations. We understand what's happening locally. We see it, and then we see it how it's portrayed on the news, exactly backwards from what we've experienced in real life. And then when we share the truth on social media, it's censored and deleted and shadow banned. Why? They need deceit to force this agenda, and they need us disarmed so that they can force the unthinkable tyranny that they have in mind upon us.
Very few people.
And if you don't believe that it's unthinkable tyranny, read their agenda. Listen to what they say. Listen to Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum. Listen to what they actually say. Read what they write in their proposals, Agenda 2030. When you read what they're actually up to, you're like, my God, this can't be real. And then you'll listen to them actually say it out loud. Come on, folks. They need deceit, and we have to shatter that deceit. That's part of how do we defend ourselves.
Did they find out what the Texas mall shooting was? Was that a gang thing?
Evil does not yield to mild suggestion. It doesn't. We have to be prepared. We have to play the game in reverse. We have to drive them not only back 5 yards. Look, if you look at it as a football analogy, our enemy has taken and infringed upon our firearms rights, our Second Amendment, all the way down to where we're on like our own 5-yard line. And we're hoping, well, let's not let them get another 2 or 3 yards today. And if we can stop them right here, that's a win.
I'm sorry. Breaking news. Texas licensed to carry bystander shot El Paso mall shooter as he targeted more. Huh? They didn't. Why didn't the news go all over the place hailing that guy as a hero and how Texas gun laws might have saved the deaths of another mass shooter because everybody there's. And I was even saying that when we were actively doing it, and I was like, well, let's see how this plays out. Well, that's how it played out. He got taken out by a civilian, man. I didn't know that. Anybody else know that? I didn't know that. Bruh. So that works. We see that works.
I'm
telling you as a war fighter, what's righteous and what our Constitution says is shall not be infringed. The only thing that's acceptable is to take the ball and ram it all the way back upfield and take them all the way back to where they started from.
It was a fight between two groups.
It's not okay. It's not legal. It's not allowed under the Constitution. Why are we sitting here and allowing it? So we have to rally. We have to coordinate and politically get strong.
How am I losing viewers by giving breaking news just because I'm interrupting the guy for a second? Are you fucking kidding me right now? You fucking attention span of a chipmunk.
Mark Lamb stepping up to run. Thank you, Jesus Christ. He will serve in good faith. I know it. I know him enough to where I believe in him. Eli Crane, I believe in him very strongly as well. We have help coming, so let's support him. Fifth generation warfare. Friends of mine, Boone Cutler and General Flynn wrote a book about fifth generation warfare, how our enemy is overthrowing our country without firing a single shot. They're not coming with tanks, planes, and guns, folks. They're using the political process and the education system and all of our other institutions to condition our country and our populace to give up without a fight. Destabilize our populace, demoralize everyone, so that we'll give up our freedom without a fight, and then it's checkmate. That's the game. We have to know it. We have to teach each other what's going on. Read the 45 communist goals. It was read before Congress before I was born in 1963. It tells you their game plan. And when you read it, you realize they've accomplished all of it by now. They're beating us, and we don't even know that we're in a war. Listen to Yuri Bezmenov's lectures on ideological subversion. How they manipulate the mind, why the messaging is the way that it is. Folks, fight back for your rights, coordinate it, do it legally, do it morally, do it honorably, but do it forcefully and with moral conviction. Righteous indignation. It's time for us to push the ball all the way back upfield. Where we're sitting right now is not okay. We have to stand united. Divide and conquer is a well-known military strategy because it's old and it works. They've used that against us extensively. No longer must we allow them to turn us against each other. Our brothers and sisters, we are one. We all want to be free. We all want peace, freedom, liberty, health. It's the manipulation and the deceit that turns us against each other. Stop falling for it. Love your neighbor, your brother and sister. Stand united and back these people off of us. United we stand under divine principles upon which this country was founded. One USA. God bless America. Thank you.
All right, are you awake now? There you go. You know, the Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well, we've got folks with carbines on their chest. We got folks with pistols on their hips. But arms don't end with the carbines and the rifles and the pistols.
Oh, somebody's going to pull a Derringer out of his pocket.
Our next guest, our next speaker,
is the
Director of Development for Knife Rights USA. America's grassroots knife owners organization that's leading the fight to rewrite knife law across America.
Like they're going to jump out of your hand and shoot one.
They're forging a sharper future for all Americans. Knife rights efforts have resulted in 33 bills being repealed, repealing the bans in 23 states and over 100 cities and towns, as well as numerous court victories. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Sue Ritter of Knife Rights.
It was my mom's for protection while she was a waitress. And,
is this a beautiful day in the Great 48 or what? I mean, this is why, part of the reason people move here, but it's Mother Nature and the good Lord above cooperated today. So I am Sue Ritter. My husband, Doug Ritters, founded Knife Rights in 2006. And then we started doing legislation in 2010, starting with New Hampshire. And then we came to Arizona and got rid of knife laws. And for that, I thank my Congressman, Andy Biggs, because he was sitting back there. And then also the late, great Russell Pierce. Actually, Jeff, we have 40 bills that have passed in the 26 states. So we just got a bunch of work done the end of last year, which we're really excited about. And you know what? As he said, it says arms. And Jeremy Woods, thank you for telling the story from the Bible about a sword. Because the Heller decision also had a lot of things in it about swords. Because a lot of people, when our Constitution was written, carried swords. They carried knives. They worked with them every single day. It is so important. And again, I don't care who's sitting back there. We're not going to give in. We have got to come together, and we have got to do things smart inefficient, and we need to really focus on what's important, and we need to stand strong. It is not going to get any easier. People always think, well, they're not going to take my knives. You know, what are you talking about? Well, I can tell you Knife Rights sued the city of New York for over 9 years because they were illegally arresting people over and over again for quote-unquote illegal gravity knives. Well, the illegal gravity knife was no more than a knife that with enough force they could flick open. 70,000 people in 5 years. 84% of them were persons of color. We went to the state of New York, to the state assembly and the state senate, and we got bills passed with bipartisan support.
Why did they stop carrying
and
that
I want to
stupid
tell
knife?
you, Knife Rights gets bipartisan support.
Hello.
Republicans, Democrats, on every single bill.
The reason why they were carrying
In
it is to
fact,
help stab
our
people
primary
quicker.
sponsor in
Am I
Texas
right?
for the entire time we've been there was F-rated by the NRA and a liberal Democrat from the city of Houston. Well, working with him for the since 2013, basically, when constitutional carry came up and campus carry came up, that F-rated Democrat voted for it in the state of Texas. So they can be educated. But we sued New York City, almost $1 million. And we were this close to going to the Supreme Court to receiving cert. And the person who wanted to hear our case the most was the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, because it was about a civil right. It was about vagueness. It was about anybody being able to say, oh, no, I'm sorry, that's illegal. And yet, 2 days later, the same type of knife wouldn't be prosecuted. So we had just passed our bills again for the third time, and we actually forced the former governor of New York, Cuomo, to sign the first pro-second rights administration. His administration had to sign that bill because we were going to take the city of New York to the Supreme Court. So we actually passed in the state of New York for the first time. In fact, I can't remember when they passed pro-Second Amendment legislation in the state of New York, but we got that governor to sign that bill. And it has made a huge difference in the lives of people, in the lives of an electrician who was carrying a knife because he needed it for his job. So we are the second front in defense of the Second Amendment. It's important to us, and I bet there are a lot more people out there that have knives in their homes, at work, what they do, when they go camping, when they go fishing, than actually have firearms. So this is our fight also. I also want to tell you about a new organization that I am a founding board member of. We caught wind that 4-H was getting rid of shooting programs. So Tiffany and Rodney Shedd, through their generosity, has founded the Arizona Shooting Sports Foundation. And what I'd like to say to you is what we have found over the years is you get children involved in the shooting sports and the outdoors. They really benefit and gain and learn. So what 4-H is taking away, we are going to provide for the youth of Arizona here in the state of Arizona. So watch for us in the news. It's rolling out. We care about our children. We care about our state. We care about the fact that you can carry any knife you want to go to work or go to your job as a chef. We care about the Second Amendment, and again, we don't care who's sitting back there. We are all going to fight for it. Reach out to your neighbors. Reach out to your friends. Don't assume that just because they're a Democrat doesn't mean that they are anti-knife or even anti-firearms. Some of them are actually target shooters. Make friends. Invite them out. Get involved. Learn who your state representative and senators are. Get involved. Follow things on the web. It is so easy to follow legislation in this state. which I think new Representative Austin Smith will tell you. Keep informed. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all of those in Arizona that do support knife rights, and keep on fighting. Thank you.
Okay, I got a commercial. Look at this, y'all. It's related. Okay, motherfucker. Alright, sorry.
Do support knife rights and keep
new.
on fighting.
That's a new one on Reddit. Why did this game across my feed? The music in the background.
All right. I mean, arms, right? That's knives as well. So thank goodness we've got knife rights. Coming up next, we have a good friend of mine, Arizona State Representative Austin Smith. He is a proud fifth-generation Arizonan who is a former enterprise director of Turning Point Action and former chairman of the Maricopa County Young Republicans. Representative Austin Smith is a conservative, pro-rights Republican with a strong backbone and a fierce disposition who we just elected to serve as one of our newest Arizona State representatives. Austin Smith.
We didn't know he had a machete until it was like, got kind of weird.
Freedom lovers, how we doing? Are we fired up for freedom?
You got away with it.
Are we fired up for the Constitution?
It was open carry.
You know, it's great to be here because this is the safest place right now in the state of Arizona, am I right? Yeah. So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we have a gun grabber on the executive tower right here. Do you know who that is? The hobgoblin that's sitting back there right now is not a fan of your right to self-defense. Not a fan of your right to free speech. Not a fan to your right to practice and worship your religion. Not a fan of your right to defend yourself. How many of you here love the ability to be able to defend yourself, your family, and your property? Yeah! Arizona is the #1 place in America for your right to self-defense. We are a Second Amendment sanctuary state here in the state of Arizona. Federal gun laws don't apply to residents here in the state of Arizona. We can be thankful for that. But the elitists and the people at the very top, they are conniving and deceiving. There will never be a time in your life where they're not trying to go after your rights. Do you know what one of the things that gun grabbers and politicians are doing now to go after your Second Amendment rights after it's already been established in the Constitution and in your own Second Amendment right states? What they're trying to do is tax, levy, and fee your right to own a firearm, accessories, or ammunition. You've already seen what the ATF is trying to do with accessories. You already see what the federal government tries to do every year, taxing your ammunition. In the state legislature right now, in the state house, I authored HB 2394, which is an amendment to our currently Second Amendment sanctuary laws that we have here. What my bill does, it tells the federal government, the state government, and local municipalities that they cannot tax, levy, or put a fee or a stamp on your ammunition, your firearms, or your accessories without applying it to other purchases and commerce here in the state of Arizona. We have got to consistently be on the offense while we have somebody in the executive branch here, the Attorney General's office, and the Secretary of State who doesn't believe in your individual rights and liberties. The reason we exist, the reason why we have our Second Amendment is to protect all the other amendments that are enshrined and are God-given here in the United States of America. Each one of you here, you could be anywhere on your Saturday and you chose to be here. You've got to be way more aware of what's going on in your community. The most important thing that you guys can do is become a precinct committeeman. How many of you know what a precinct committeeman is? Yeah! That's good, but we got to get better than that. A precinct committeeman is the official representation of the Republican Party in your neighborhood. Why is that important? It is the office closest to the people to protect your rights. Before today is over, you need to go over to the Turning Point Action booth and sign up to be a precinct committeeman. Update your voter registration. Reach out to your local representatives. Be a part of your legislative district Republican committee. If you don't do it, somebody who's bad is going to fill that gap. Only you are the one who is going to be responsible for standing up for your rights, for your family's rights, for your grandchildren's rights, for your neighbor's rights. If not us, then who? It's incumbent upon each and every single one of us, every single day, to stand in the gap between tyranny and freedom. It's between me and you. If we're going to save this country, if we're going to save Arizona, each and every single one of us every day has to stand in between the gap between freedom and tyranny. We're going to save this state. We're going to save Arizona. We're going to save this country and send the elitists back to the depths of hell where they're from. Thank you guys, and God bless you.
All right, good to have him in the state legislature, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There we go. All right, where was I? Oh, I was supposed to remind you all that we've got raffles going on. Stop in at the Riders USA booth, which is right back here on my left, your right, and buy yourself a raffle ticket. We got, what, a rifle, a shotgun, and a pistol, all red, white, and blue, all gorgeous. I want that. Can I enter? Is that okay? Yeah, nobody will call foul if I win. While I'm standing here talking about that, I want to point out, I don't know if anybody's noticed, my pistol, on the stocks of my pistol,
I thought he was
I've got a sticker. It says I voted. That happened many years ago. The first time I voted in person in the United States after I came back from the Army.
John, you have no right to call me Antifa.
The lady stuck that little sticker on my shirt, and I went and got my El Camino, and I put my gun back on, and I thought, hey, and I took that I voted sticker and I put it on the stock of my pistol. And I made a habit of doing that. It usually wears out sooner than this, but this isn't the gun that I've been carrying mostly. But I encourage you, the next time you go vote, when you put your gun back on, stick that I voted sticker on and open carry for a day or two. Just let people know, I'm a gun owner, I vote, I'm the good guys.
No, we don't need.
Our next speaker, oh my goodness. She's a competitive shooter, she's a local volunteer and match director, she's a member of AZCDL and a 2A activist, and she advocates with the DC Project as well, and she's just an all-around good guy. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ursula Williams. Come on up here, Ursula.
You're stopping discussion, and I don't know why you're stopping the discussion. Okay, then I'm done. It's all good.
Well, as I said earlier, I am Ursula Williams. I'm a competitive shooter, pro shooter for a whole bunch of awesome companies. I do a lot of stuff. I have more jobs than a Jamaican. So, firearm instructor, law enforcement officer, and most importantly, I am a mother effing American. There's like 3 kids here. I could have said it. Anyways. However, it wasn't until about 6 years ago that I actually really felt American. And some people are like, well, what does that mean? Like, what does it mean to actually feel American? Whole competitive shooting world, what happened here. It was really awesome. I actually got the opportunity to go overseas and actually represent the United States in what's called the Shotgun World Shoot, which is kind of like the Olympics of the practical shooting world. It's not really the focus. Not this boring standstill shoot things. No, you're actually doing John Wick stuff running around. So going there, and for 2 weeks, I had people from all these little crappy countries who are also competitors were like, yo, you're American. Man, I would love to be American. You get all the guns. Man, our government is stupid. Oh my God. Dude, I never felt so proud to be American until hearing other people in their broken ass English to tell me that they wanted to be American and I was lucky to be American. Holy cow. And then, icing on the cake, the extra freaking sprinkles, is that I podiumed. I'm there holding the American flag with so many emotions going on. And I'm like, I'm American. I get to do this. Even with all the history that this country has, where people are like, well, you can't do that because you're black. No, I can do a lot of things because I'm American. And I got to go overseas and do it? Holy crap. And then to come back, and I have people in this building, these buildings over here, that's trying to stop me from being American. So this is why it's super important to get into this fight. And it's a legit fight. We're gonna see stuff that, you know, these other countries have seen. States that are getting just absolutely ridiculous, as Tony Simon spoke about earlier. Like, we don't want to get there. We are like one of the biggest strongholds in the Southwest. Like, can we just come together and like fight for the same team? Come on. Please? Yeah. Because I don't know about y'all, I don't want to be a slave. Yep. You know, history, you know, it will repeat itself. I don't want to be a slave. Look, I just like getting my paycheck. I don't want to do work for free for somebody else because I can't defend myself. There's a word for that, but I see a couple kids walking around. It starts with a B and ends with an itch. So we don't want that, okay? Another thing too about this beautiful country that people don't realize, there are people literally dying to get here. Why? Because we are equal-ish to our government. I'm saying ish because I want full autos. Government has full autos. Granted, the snipers over here on the roof are running great Remington 700s that we all can get, but the ammo that most of them have, we can't get that. I want to be equal to my government. I do not want to be a slave. Pretty simple.
Serve us. They're supposed to serve us.
And then for the kids that I see walking around here, like, I'm actually getting slightly nervous because I don't know what type of future they're going to have if we don't fight. If we sit around here and be bitches and not actually stand up to this government, guess what? Those kids are going to have to fight, and they shouldn't have to. What are we going to do? So Tony Simon did bring up earlier, get involved locally. Guess what? AZCDO's right there, and annual membership is $30 today. You have $30. I've seen half of y'all at that food truck. Y'all know damn well with inflation, that food truck is hella expensive. So y'all can go over there and spend $30 where these guys, they go to court on your behalf all day, every day. You need to know what's going on here. I do not subscribe to a lot of national, groups because like that doesn't matter. They're gonna do what's gonna be in their best interest. I want to know what's going on here to keep me from not being a slave, from you from being a slave, our children into being slaves.
Take down Klaus Schwab.
Another thing we need to do is we need to stop with the infighting.
That's right.
I'm about to hurt some feelings. So, the feelings I'm gonna hurt. Look, everybody need to stop the whole, oh, you're running a 1911, oh, you're running an AK, oh, you got my Emerald Grand. I don't care. Some people walk around here with kit from Amazon. Some people walk around here with some some good stuff. I don't care if you're running a Property Pony or a Gucci gun. You still need to get involved.
Come on.
I don't care because guess what? There's people in these buildings behind us that won't give us the choice.
That's right.
So you need to get involved. Stop being a bitch.
Come on.
Jeez, y'all are American. It's time to start acting like it.
Come on.
Anyways, as I digress here, please figure out who your congressional representative is. Contact them. If their job is to represent you, doesn't it make sense for they to know who you are? And you get to know who they are so you can see if they're the best fit for you? I did. I actually like my representative. She's actually pretty cool. She actually represents me, and I know who she is. So I know she's doing a good job. And I check in with her. I kind of feel like that long-distance girlfriend. I would check in every 6 months, make sure you're okay. Make sure everything is still the plan. You need to do that too. And for those of you who are afraid to do so, or don't have time, guess what? You're just going to come to a point where you won't have time, and you won't be able to get involved, so you need to do it now. Thank you so much for having me here. If I hurt your feelings, you can fight me later. Anyways. Thank you for once again having me. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. And I'll see y'all around.
All right. Don't you just love Ursula Williams? She's a pistol and rifle. Our next guest is going to cause me a little bit of problems because you might have noticed that I have a tendency to kind of follow the accents of people who go before me. When Rhonda Mary was up here from Mississippi, I just slid right on down. And Unfortunately, Deb Ferns is from way up north. And all right, I have trouble understanding her sometimes, but I'll read what I'm supposed to say about her. She wrote a book. It was called Babes with Bullets. She's the founder of the Women's Outdoor Media Association and the annual She Never Quit event that empowers women of all ages in the outdoor sports. Deb writes a whole lot. She gets active with a whole lot of groups, and she's a firebrand. Folks, welcome Deb Ferns. Welcome.
All right, so I'm going to warn you. Go ahead and strap in. I'm a fast talker. The UP of Michigan for the first 36 years, 30 years, and I've been 36 years now in Tucson. So I'm also known as a late bloomer. How many folks? Just give me an idea. How many of you guys started to shoot, men or women, at age 50? Okay, so you and I have something in common. I started with this whole walk at age 50. I wasn't raised or born into a family that did much more than deer hunting. So that wasn't something my dad did with us, so I got involved with guns kind of like middle age. So I'm not going to be Pollyanna up here. I'm going to tell you that everything I'm reading and everything I'm seeing and hearing screams that we're doomed. The Biden administration is a nightmare, and the Hobbs administration scares the crap out of me. All right? It's insidious the way this election was manipulated. All right? Okay, so let's go a little further back. It isn't just insidious how this election was manipulated. It's insidious how the United States people were manipulated through COVID. All right, let's go back a little bit. You want to see when mental illness really took a big jump forward in this country? It took a big jump forward when the government shut us down. And a lot of people, we're starting to see the reaction right now of a lot of people. How many of you guys have seen I worked decades in the rail industry as a meeting planner. How many of you folks have really tuned in on how many bad train accidents and hazmat accidents there has been over the last few months? Has anybody followed the mustard gas that's taken out huge amounts of people in Ohio? Everywhere I look, I see the federal government failing us. Everywhere I look, COVID mandates, horrific border control policies, and don't get me going over the debacle with the Chinese spy balloon. All right, that was almost like something out of sci-fi. Okay, all that said, now that I've been the voice of doom for you, I believe that I have a responsibility to be better today and better in the future at protecting our Second Amendment rights. I can't wallow in despair over the debacle of politics. I just cannot. I can't wallow in the despair of how many family members and how many friends have disassociated with me because I refused to get the jab, or I refused to give up my guns, or I refused to go along with putting a sign in the front that said, I'm nothing, and I'm sorry that I was born white. I can't change this, all right? So bottom line is, I can't look in the mirror every day and say, oh, woe upon me. So what I do, and what I'm urging you to do, is do a little bit more. I have to be better, not bitter. Back in 2004, when I was 50 years old, I started Babes with Bullets. And I did that because I thought, how can I make a difference going forward? And now here we are 19 years later, 8,000 women have come through our training program for pistol, rifle, and shotgun. And I look at it now and I go, those women go into the community and train more women, which is important to me, all right? Little did I know that those women that I had as instructors starting in 04 were going to be the backbone of the charity foundation I started in 09 called Women's Outdoor Media Association. How many people here know Ted Nugent? Just curious. All right, Women's Outdoor Media Association got started in 09 because of Ted Nugent. I was doing a radio interview at NRA, And I was complaining that there were no stories about women in shooting sports, hunting, fishing, and archery. And Cameron from NRA must have thought it was between so Ted's on one side of the broadcast booth, I'm on the other, and Ted looks at me and he goes, if you want more stories about women in shooting sports, archery, hunting, fishing, he goes, then you start your own association. And I left there, that was in 08, and in 09 I thought, by golly, Ted is right. If you want something, you have to make it happen. So at that point in time, 14 years ago, we started the Women's Outdoor Media Association. And then what ended up happening with our all-volunteer board, we became a 501c3 private foundation and charity foundation. And what we do is we raise money training women how to shoot guns, how to do archery, how to go fishing. We collect money from those women, and we also collect money from the firearms industry. We put on auctions, and every year for the last 10 years, we give money, now $50,000, now $60,000, now $70,000 to Foundation for Women Warriors, for first responder females, and for the Fallen Blue. So I want to let you know that it's been a really interesting walk between Babes with Bullets and the Women's Outdoor Media Association. And I'm going to kind of wrap up with a gentleman I met in Florida, Parkland, Florida, named Ryan Petty. His daughter was killed in the Parkland, Florida shooting 5 years ago. He started a foundation that addresses the need for better school security while stating, and here's his remark, criminals don't obey gun laws. Really? Really? We didn't all know that, right? Additional gun controls and laws don't make any sense. He went on to share with us that evidence from a 5-year study that over 90% of the attacks, including the one at Michigan State University last week, are done by people who tell somebody, and usually on social media, that they're going to commit this crime. They share their plan, they make a threat, and then people wonder later, what happened? What happened is that we're all so busy being politically correct. We're also worried about being deemed a racist, or as one ex-family member said to me, well, I guess she's not really an ex, I'm still stuck with her. She said to me, I have socially gardened you out of my life because you don't understand, what everybody else has been through. And I said to her, I understand a lot. 68 years old, I understand more than you do at 30. And I said, I have to understand how we're going to be better at protecting our schools, our families, our churches. So for the record, and I'll state this for the record, because I just said it to her not long ago, I'm not brainwashed. I'm not a cult member. I do not need to be deprogrammed. And I will tell you, I will admit, and I know Cheryl would agree with this, being on the road constantly, talking about Second Amendment, constantly about trying to get more women involved, more families involved, it's exhausting. Being better is exhausting. I look at all of you in the audience who want words of wisdom, and instead I give you words that you have to be better. You have to work harder, and you need to pray more. So in closing, I pray that God heals America while helping us to drain our political swamp. And God bless all of you for being here today. Thank you.
Deb Burns, everybody. That is fantastic. Followed right up by another firebrand, Miss Lindsey Graham, the Patriot Barbie. Now, if you know her story, I had her on our show, Gun Freedom Radio, and after listening to her story, I said, you know what? I love the Patriot Barbie, the look, the whole thing, but I'm gonna think of you as the Patriot Phoenix, rising from the ashes of a former life. This woman is amazing. She's a public speaker, a conservative influencer, a political activist. Lindsay is an ambassador for Turning Point USA, the director of media relations for Freedom Square, and the author of a book called Targeted: One Mom's Fight for Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness. The Patriot, Barbie Lindsey Graham.
Give him heck. I will. Hey, Arizona, thank you so much for having me. Oregon would never accept me at this podium. So a lot of you guys know my story, though you may not associate it. I was the salon owner in Salem, Oregon in 2020 that opened up my business against lockdowns. I was probably the second person in America. And in response, my Democrat governor targeted me, hence the name of my book. I had every government agency come after me. They threatened to take my children. They fined me. Remember, this was stay home, stay safe, and I was not complying. What the media, this was national news, this was actually global news. It changed my family's life forever, just the idea that we wanted to work. But what the media did not tell almost all of you is that when they put my face on national news and they painted me as this disrespectful, murderous conservative, they put a target on my back. Antifa and BLM, which were prevalent in Oregon, started tracking me, sharing pictures of my children, my photos, where I was at all times. The threats came rolling in. And when the George Floyd riots started, a public call was made to burn down my salon and kick my ass by BLM, by Antifa, by all the radical left in Oregon, which is the majority of Oregon. And I had spent about 2 weeks fighting the government and cancel culture 24 hours a day, every day. And when I heard that the last straw was that my business was going to be burned down in the name of one man's life for racial equity, I said, no, I don't think so. I did a call to arms and didn't realize how large my reach was. And 400 patriots, much like yourselves, showed up outside my salon, armed. Thank God for Second Amendment rights. And we stood outside. There were so many that we actually were forced to spread out and protect all of downtown Salem, Oregon. I was getting phone calls. Can you send guys and girls to my shop? I'm not there. Can you go outside of my shop? I'm not there. We even stood outside and protected the crazy loony leftist shops from getting rioted and looted and their windows broken. And that was certainly the demise of me, because I then, of course, became a white supremacist, a white nationalist. We got completely canceled cultured, which beautifully landed me here in Arizona. But what I think the message here is that this is why the government is so scared of our Second Amendment rights. This is why Antifa and BLM doesn't want us to have them, because not a window was broken in downtown Salem. No one was shot, no one was hurt. The men and women that stood outside with their rights protected every small business in Salem, Oregon. And I had the chief of police call me 2 days later, and he said, "If I can never say this on record, but Lindsay, if you hadn't done what you did, Salem, Oregon would look like Portland, Oregon." And as you all know, Portland, Oregon is still burning 3 years later. So it worked. Our Second Amendment rights worked. All we did was hold our guns. All we did is possess our guns. We didn't aim them at anyone. We didn't shoot anyone. But no one tried to burn my salon down, did they? They sure didn't. So here I am in Arizona. We lost all of our businesses. We sold our home. We ran for our lives from Antifa and BLM. What God did with that horrific situation is beautiful. He spoke to me and said, you are going to use your voice. You may not have been a raging conservative like they said, but you are now. And I advocate for women's rights and gun rights and our children's rights and biological sex and God and small government. And someone asked me to share this story today, which has very little to do with Second Amendment rights, but I think it's important. I went viral recently for speaking at a school board dressed as a cat in order to, yeah, you guys probably saw that. Whoops. The mockery was because you put on whiskers and a tail, you're not actually a cat. Just like this man who sits on a school board and uses the little girls' restrooms is not a woman. I don't think that's controversial, but so this same man uses the same gym as I do. What a small community. Well, recently this man saw me undressing in the women's locker room at my gym. Now, this also went viral, so you might have seen this. I called 911. I told them there's a man in the women's locker room. They said, is he trans? I said, it doesn't matter. There's no such thing. He's a man. The point of that being said at a school board meeting is that this man went to the court system and he filed a harassment injunction against me, and he won. The courts said that because I spoke up at a school board, which is my constitutionally protected First Amendment right, and because I called the police on a man in a women's locker room, that's harassment. The courts do not back us up. The judges do not back us up. I'm a woman with rights to the women's locker room. Now, I'm just not sure I'm safe in there anymore. So I can no longer go into facilities that are deemed female and believe that there's not a male in there. I don't care how you identify. I don't care what shade of lipstick you're wearing. Now my Second Amendment rights are going to matter a lot. Because if I'm in there alone with him, this man is 6 foot tall, he is bigger than me, he is stronger than me. That is how God designed us, male and female. I can't protect myself unless I have my Second Amendment rights. And now, it means a lot more than protecting a business. It means protecting myself, and it means protecting my daughter and your daughter. And we have got to, all of this is tied together. We've got to protect all of these rights that they're infringing on, because when they take one, they take two, they take three, and they're all connected. And as much as it seems like men using the women's locker room has nothing to do with Second Amendment, it does now. Because areas where we think we wouldn't need our Second Amendment rights, they've removed our women's rights, and we do. So I thank you guys so much. By the way, I am hiring an attorney and I am appealing it. I will not shut up, sit down. I will fight this man. I spoke at the school board after he served me with the injunction. I plan to fight it to the death, and I just encourage you guys to do the same, to find what God has called you into, to look inside yourself and see what gifts God has given you and how you can use them to not only glorify Him, but get yourself immersed in this spiritual battle that we're in, because it is spiritual. We do need the Lord to come in and back us up and carry us through this stuff. Like I said, we can't trust the government, we can't trust our court systems or our judges. We need Jesus, and we need to find our purpose, because if you fulfill that purpose, you know you can't fail. Right. That's what I'm doing, and I thank you so much for having me and for hosting me. If you would like to read my full story, it's on patriotbarbie.com. I have books back there that I'm happy to sign if you guys would like. But most of all, thank you so much for your prayers, and thank you for your time.
Good job.
I love Arizona, by the way. I'm never going back to Oregon.
Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Let's, moving forward. How do you, maybe that'll work. You know, one of the things that we've talked about a little bit today is how important it is to get involved politically. You can easily become a PC in your local precinct. For the Democrats or the Republicans, we don't really care, but your voice as a PC makes a difference. That's a precinct committeeman. It's the lowest rung on the official ladder within the parties. Do that. Run for office. If you don't like the people who are running for office, run for office. Get involved. And somebody who has done that, his name is Jeff Surdy, and he's the owner of AJI Sporting Goods. He's the former mayor of Apache Junction. Used to be a bit of a radio host, and currently he's, I believe, the chairman of the Pinal County Board of Supervisors. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff Surdy.
And Mishka, she's always with me. So today, I want to talk about, I always get fed up when they say the Second Amendment was back in 1776. There's no need for it anymore. But I want to give you an example of how very recently the Second Amendment saved a whole county. There goes my notes. 1946. It's called the Battle of Athens, Tennessee. And I encourage everyone to research it. And what was going on is there was a county sheriff who basically ran a whole county. Every election was fixed. You had to go through him to get elected. And everything they did, there was a fee. There was a fee if you got arrested, a fee when you were jailed, and a fee when you got released. And I want you to see the parallels of what I'm going to say. Now, this is a long story. I'm not going to be able to do all this in 5 minutes. They had the DOJ come in and investigate it in 40, 42, and 44. The DOJ was, of course, FDR and Truman, very democratic. They found nothing wrong. Everybody knew there was something wrong. The veterans were deployed. This was during World War II. They were hearing what was going on in their hometown. A couple of GIs who were home on leave were killed by the sheriff's deputies, and word got back to them. So when they started getting out, they wanted to run their own slate of candidates, and of course that wasn't gonna fly. And you know, when you got out back then, you had mustering out money, so they were really hard on these veterans. There were 3,000 of them came back to this county. They actually made a movie of this, but in typical Hollywood fashion, they changed it. They put it in Texas, and they made it a mayor. But it's a true story. So they ran their own slate of candidates, and if you voted against them, they knew it. But everybody was fed up with it. They knew there was going to be trouble. The sheriff, his name was Cantrell, he brought in 600 extra deputies from other counties and paid them $50 a day, which is the equivalent of about $500 a day. And he had no salary. All of the money they made, he got from these fines and payoffs from the businesses. The businesses were tired of it. So the GIs formed their own little, what would you call it, militia group, whatever. And they were guarding the precincts. The sheriffs were there trying to voter intimidate. And they kind of knew how the election was going. Then at the end of the election, what happened? Chain of custody. They took the ballot boxes and took them to the jail. The GIs, they had their own firearms, and they also had merchants who were buying them firearms. They went to the National Guard, and what did they get? They got 1917 Enfields, M1 Garands, the same weapons that our military and the police had. So they were of equal firepower to this corrupt police department, actually sheriff's department. And there was a little battle. They were holed up in the sheriff. They had called the National Guard. They had to settle all this by that evening because the National Guard was there on their way. They didn't know what was going to happen if they got there. Finally, at 3:30 in the morning, they gave up. They got the ballots, and they got them secured. And of course, when they counted the ballots, they won overwhelmingly. And so at that time, there was no sheriff's department. They all left. The sheriff took off and left. They had a committee meeting. The local PD of the town, they formed a committee. They had new leadership until they could have a new election that September, and they took their town back. And this sent reverberations through all of the South because this was going on. You know how corrupt the South used to be. And unfortunately, only one person got arrested. One of the deputies shot a black man in the back as he was voting, and they ran him off. That was the only person that did any time. So they basically got away with it, but they did take their town back. So you see some of the parallels. And here's another thing that afterwards, remember, FDR had just died, but Eleanor Roosevelt was still very powerful. And what did she want to have done because of this? Because all these articles were in the New York Times about this skirmish, this battle. She wanted to have all of the returning vets checked out for violent tendencies. Red flag laws, anybody? And of course that didn't happen. But the MO of these folks that are in power and slowly get power with the Patriot Act, etc. They just keep trying it again and again, and eventually they do try to get it. So you can't let people like Dan Crenshaw and the Democrats you can't give in to them ever. But I encourage everyone to research this. Was it an insurrection? It was armed. They didn't want any trouble. They just wanted their own government back. And what happened in Washington, they weren't armed, so it wasn't even the same. But they wanted to make sure, and I think that an event like this made them plan ahead so that they can control us in the future and that we can't do anything about it. So that's my take on that. I'll just give you a couple more. Where are the Maricopa County supervisors? Where are they at? You know, you'll notice the rural counties, all of us who are threatened with being jailed or stripped of our office unless we certify bad elections. Please, legislators here, change that so that we can not certify bad elections. As of right now, we're forced to. That's got to change. And we're very open. We had a few snafus in Pinal County, but we opened up our books, we checked it out. We actually found votes for Abe Hamada. He gained 600 votes. Had they checked Kerry Lake, I think they would have found way more as well. And that was happening all over, but they sealed it up. They would not look into them. We've got to take it back and not let it get to the point that it did in 1946 in Tennessee. And thanks, Cheryl, for having me back again. I look forward to it next year.
Good job.
Next, some really amazing people. You will, if you don't already know them, you will not forget them. They are the best, hottest fiance pair in the 2A movement. We have Amy Dillon and Shaky Dave Smith coming up. Amy is a first-generation Filipino-American whose family has experienced an invasion by a foreign military, causing them to have to flee their home. And Shaky Dave Smith is known as the Parkinson's shooter, and he uses gun therapy to fight for his health, his life, and his independence. I'm so excited to have them both here today, Amy Dillon and Shaky Dave Smith.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
It's a privilege for me to be here today, as I'm standing on my tippy toes. It's a privilege to be an American. My grandfather, who is from the Philippines, he literally fought for me to grow up in this country. And, you know, as Cheryl was explaining, growing up in the Philippines in World War II, during World War II, where the Philippines didn't have their own military, when Japan invaded the Philippines, he ended up actually fighting for the U.S. after an army came to their house and forced my family to flee. So my grandmother at the time, she took her 7 kids, one of them being my dad, who was 7 years old at the time, and they ended up having to run from their house, literally on foot with the clothes on their back, and hide in the mountains while this fighting was going on. And 2 of my uncles actually died in the bombings and the blasts, and so I grew up with hearing these stories. And so being very grateful for that experience that the U.S. did for my family. My dad ended up, when he was 18, coming to the U.S. and enlisting in the Navy. But we were actually granted American citizenship because my grandfather, while he was fighting, he never actually came back from the war. He was assumed killed in action, but he's still missing. His remains were never found. And so carrying that with me as I grew up and hearing these stories, I'm so grateful for my family's sacrifice And I ended up actually enlisting in the Marine Corps myself because I wanted to give back, and I believe in service to country, in service to, and in service to my community. And I share my family story every chance I get because at the core of the Second Amendment, there is a freedom that exists that no other country has in this world. We have the personal right to defend ourselves and many more opportunities that a lot of other people don't have. I've seen firsthand these differences on my deployments to multiple countries when I was on active duty. And since leaving active duty, I work in the firearms industry in various positions, and as an instructor, I help educate and empower others. It's really an honor for me to teach the importance of the Second Amendment and why it exists. And I really hope that everyone here, you'll follow me and join me in my efforts to continue to be outspoken about preserving our rights, including the most important one, which is the Second Amendment. It's why we're here, because without it, we are at risk of not having any. And so with that, I want to share the stage with my fiance, David Smith, and he's going to talk a little bit about his background. We met about 4 years ago and really bonded over gun therapy and shooting.
Yeah. Thank you. I bet y'all are thinking I'm going to stand up here and talk about stabilizer braces, right? How about neuroplasticity?
Yes,
okay? Everybody get your phone out and look up neuroplasticity. If you don't know, it's the changing of the brain, molding a new pathway in a damaged brain. Someone told me that right before I was supposed to be going to a nursing home at 37. And at 38, I found gun therapy, which is basically neuroplasticity, that feel-good feeling that you get after shooting. The dopamine rise in your brain is the pathways that I'm missing. And the short circuit, some say I got a hand stutter, but it all goes away when I get a gun in my hand.
What?
So I decided to shoot more and shake less. So I was one step away from the nursing home, and somewhere on that path, I met my fiance. Somewhere on that path, I wound up in Sweden at the World Rifle Match.
Oh my wow. Right.
On the shooting for the U.S. So
that's amazing.
We just got done talking to a bunch of people with Parkinson's this last week, probably about 100 people with Parkinson's, about this single point sling that I use every day. Most people know slings help you steady your shot, right?
Yeah.
Well, it steadies me to drink a cup of water. Steadies me for putting my key in the door. And it steadies my friends, I just found out. when I shared it with a few other guys that had the same condition. So be on the lookout. We're going to try to put this out for people to buy. And hopefully we can give one to someone with Parkinson's. So, gun therapy.
I want to see him hold a gun straight right now. Damn it. The gun at it. Doesn't have to be real. Put an airsoft in his hand.
If you do want to read more about Dave's story, his website's guntherapy.org. And please, if you want to just kind of follow his journey and what we're doing, please follow us there and sign up for our newsletter, because we'll be sharing just developments and kind of our schedule. We travel a lot, and we're excited to be here among fellow patriots. So thank you.
Great job.
I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. That guy's gonna be shooting. Wait, who's the target? 1 foot from the gun? I need to see his competition. Man.
And I'll tell you what, you should see that man shoot.
Oh. I feel like I'm at the circus
All right,
now, or the carnival. or
coming up
something.
next is one of my favorite people in the whole wide world.
Carnival.
I just have been impressed with this young lady since she first came on the scene.
Situation.
She's the founder
Oh,
of
it's weird,
Empowered.
man. I feel
It's a
sorry for
nonprofit
her, but
group
that was
designed
weird.
to educate, train, and equip young women
I
in
don't
the use
think
of
you can hold it
firearms for
straight enough to
protection
shoot
on
it,
college
like, at
campuses.
50 yards or 100 yards.
She's also the director of Women's Outreach for Gun Owners of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to welcome Antonia Okafor.
Southern welcome right there.
Oh, skeptic, dude.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. God bless Arizona.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for letting me be here as a Texan, especially. Of course, guys, you knew as a Texan I was gonna drop that I was a Texan in there at least once during my speech. But it is so good to be among like-minded people and to see everyone here on this beautiful 71-degree day, February 18th. Again, God bless Arizona. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you so much for just being here. It's just so, it's great. It's so, what's the word, edifying, encouraging to see so many people who are here for one common purpose, regardless of our background, regardless of our last names, regardless of where we come from. We're here because not only do we want to defend and protect the Second Amendment, but the most important thing to me, at least as a God-fearing person, as a person who's a follower of Jesus Christ, is that we're here to defend and protect people. We're here to be the defenders and protectors of America because we have been given that God-given right to be able to do so, to defend those who don't even know that they need it and who need defending. So I'm gonna kind of give a confession here. Every single time that I am asked to speak, the night before I get nervous. The night before I'm praying to God. I'm asking Him why. Why am I given this opportunity to be able to have a message to speak to you guys in this opportunity? And every time He gently reminds me that it is not about me and my story. It is about Him. It is not about who I am, but whose I am. Okay? And at the end of the day, my message always comes down to the fact that I wouldn't even be here for so many reasons, but I wouldn't be here speaking to you guys today if it wasn't for Jesus Christ and the work that He's been doing in my life. So in order to help you have a context of why it's so important that I share my message, I'm going to go back to my story. I'm definitely not your average advocate for the Second Amendment. In fact, in 2015, before then actually, was the first time for the first time ever, I shot my firearm. And it was the word empowered that came to mind. Because for so long, I was chasing a path of empowerment that this world, particularly the radical left, said that in order to be a woman, I had to seek. For so long, because I'm a sexual assault survivor, I've been seeking empowerment through the avenue of the radical left feminist movement. It was in 2015 that I finally realized that, first of all, realizing through the fact that I had become a Christian at that time, that I had given my life to Christ, that I'm a defender and protector of people, of women like me. But second of all, that I finally woke up and realized that there was an agenda that had nothing to do with actually empowering women. It was an agenda that was focused on anything but empowering women. Because let's be honest here, if you are a true feminist and you're a person that really trues about encouraging and empowering women to be individually able and independent to take care of themselves and those that they care about, then absolutely you would be a God-fearing person who loves the Second Amendment. Because that is how you empower yourself. That is how we empower other women. When I went to college in 2010, there was an epidemic of people, whether you believe or not, there were people who were at that time concerned about the rising sexual assault cases that were happening on college campuses. And God, through His infinite knowledge and wisdom. Help me realize through where I was at the time that if I was really truly able to empower myself and empower other people around me, particularly other young women, that I needed to be an advocate for the Second Amendment. I needed to be able to empower students like me to be able to defend themselves against sexual assault and other violence and evil that's in this world. Because if you understand your position in Christ, you understand that unfortunately there is sin in this world and there will always be evil people doing evil things. But there are good people in this world who want to do good things, who want to protect those who are victims of violence. And that's what we're doing here today. That's what you came down here to protect. I have a short amount of time, but I want you guys to be encouraged. In fact, so much encouraged. I want to help you guys remember where your true empowerment comes from. Yes, empowerment through the Second Amendment is something I speak on every single day when I speak with GOA, with Governors of America, when I talk to women on college campuses, when I talk to survivors like me of sexual assault, of domestic violence. They understand that a firearm is a tool to be able to use to defend themselves and those that they care about. But my empowerment as a believer in Jesus Christ, my empowerment comes through the Holy Spirit. Amen. And I want to use this time to pray over all of you guys. So I'm going to end with a prayer. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for being here, Lord, for being with us today, for protecting us. Lord, I thank you for this avenue that you've been able to allow me to share the message of what you've done in my life. The story, Lord, that is about you and you alone and the empowerment that you give, Lord. I pray, Lord, that you protect these men and women who are here because they want to protect and defend others. Because you've given us this right to defend ourselves and to protect those who, whether they know it or not, to be able to protect them in that situation. Lord, thank you. Lord, I pray for all ailments, Lord, anything that's happening right now, Lord, in these people's lives. I pray that you lift it and release it from them, and that you, Lord, at the end of the day, that your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, Lord. I pray, Lord, for your protection as they go home. Thank you for bringing them here safely, Lord, and I ask for protection going home, Lord. And Lord, at the end of the day, Lord, I pray that all of us here, Lord, know where our true power comes from, and that is through you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. All right. You know, in this nation, it has been well documented that at minimum, 2.5 million times every single year, lives are saved by responsibly armed citizens. And you are about to meet one of those people. Our next guest is Raul Mendez. Now, Raul is a survivor of a mass shooting event in a normally quiet neighborhood right here in Arizona. He was born and raised in California, but he moved to Arizona for the freedom that our state offers. Even after being gravely injured, Raul used his firearm in order to have self-defense, defend himself and his family and his friends. He's going to share his story with you, but I just wanted to say that thanks to the work of the AZCDL securing constitutional carry here in our state, that Raul was able to do these things without any special training or any permission slip by the government. I am excited to introduce to you. I know we're a little over time. I love that you've all stayed. Thank you for your attention. Just a little while longer. It will be worth it. Raul Mendez.
Raul. I'm sorry, that was too loud. The Dr. Disrespect thing.
That guns in the hands of law-abiding citizens save lives. On July 3rd of last year, my life, my family's life was forever changed after being victims of a mass shooting.
Come on.
On July 3rd, beautiful day, we were just celebrating our freedom when an uninvited neighbor came in and just started shooting at all of us out of the blue. Unprovoked, didn't know what was happening. First victim was a really good friend, Carl. He was shot in the throat, died instantly. By the time I heard that first gunshot, I turned around and he was able to catch me in the side of the head, taking out my left eye. As the screaming continued, the shooter made his way to the living room where he just continued to fire at everybody trying to run out that door. He was able to shoot a few more friends and actually executed another friend, shooting him in the top of the head. The shooter then eventually made his way to the master bedroom where there was 3 women and 2 children.
Are you trying to leave? Cool.
Brave women that actually fought the shooter, wrestled him, and one of my really good friends that was shot 3 times in the arm and 1 in the leg
but
was actually yelling
I
my
have a
name
flight to get
because she
to,
knew that
and
I
my
carried
ride
a
basically just said that we're leaving. So I'm going to cut the live stream here, but my understanding is there are other live streams, so if someone is watching this and wants to see the end of it, I'm sure you can still find that online. I will have some HD footage up later today, and actually I'm flying basically right back to Washington, D.C., where tomorrow is a sort of controversial event called the Rage Against the War Machine. And so that is expected to have, among others, Ron Paul and Tulsi Gabbard, the Republican former congressman and the Democratic former congresswoman, who are going to be speaking at the same anti-war event tomorrow in Washington, D.C. So I'll be live. That'll be, I believe, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time in the afternoon until a few hours after that. But I'm going to call it a wrap here. Here at this event, a lot of people with guns, no violence, no arrests. There was one sort of little argument that I showed a little bit of, but they kind of mostly resolved it among themselves while the police were standing by next to them. So
my loved ones.
Looks like it's going to kind of wrap up pretty soon anyhow. Thanks everybody for watching. HD footage on the way. Have a great rest of the weekend.
How important it is to we must fight for that freedom. Because like I said, ain't nobody else going to protect us. It's our God-given right to carry and to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and our property. So thank you very much for listening to my speech, which I had nothing prepared. This is just straight from the heart, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Cheryl, for having me, and God bless you all.
So this obviously has impacted everything in him and his family's lives. The ability to work, you've got medical bills coming out of everywhere, right? And so we've had him on our podcast on Freedom Radio. We encourage people to go to his GoFundMe page. And smart man that he is, turn around. He's got a QR code right there, baby. So come up, shake his hand, and maybe snap that QR code, because every little bit goes a long way. He's got 2 daughters, a brand new little baby daughter, so 3 all told. And they can definitely use our help. Absolutely. All right, well, stick around. We still have a drawing, but before the drawing, I get to introduce to you my co-MC. And I want to be sure that I'm introducing him correctly, because I've known him for a lot of years. But he's still growing. He's adding things to his resume all the time. And Jeff Knox is an award-winning writer and activist with regular columns and articles in Firearms News magazine and AmmoLand Shooting Sports News, as well as his own newsletter, The Hardcore Report, and occasional articles in other publications ranging from Handguns Magazine to USA Today. Really? USA Today? They'll publish your stuff? I like that. Jeff has served as the managing director of the Firearms Coalition for almost 20 years. He and his brother are here. They've got some books they sell that his dad, who is a legend, wrote, Neil Knox. And without further ado, I bring to the stage my awesome friend, Jeff Knox.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'm not going to take up much of your time. I do want to remind you that we're going to have a drawing for those guns here in just a couple of minutes, right after I get finished doing my thing. But good afternoon. afternoon, gun lobby. We're going to need to do better with that. Good afternoon, gun lobby. I always want to remind you that you are the gun lobby. It's not the suits in Washington. It's not the guys like me who people pay to go lobby these guys. It's you. You are what matters. That's right. It's your government. Own it. I want to wrap up kind of the way we started with the preamble to the Constitution of the United States. We, that's you and me, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. What a wonderful statement of intent that is. You know, the Declaration of Independence describes the ideal of what a government should be. The Constitution laid out the framework for how the government should function in those efforts to live up to the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. And the Bill of Rights further spelled out some of those inalienable rights that were alluded to in the Declaration, along with specific limits on the authority given to the government in the Constitution. Over the decades, we as a people have moved closer to many of those ideals that were presented in those documents. And we've also drifted far away from many of the other aspects that the founders dreamt of. I would encourage you, all of you, to make it a practice to read through all three of those documents at least once a year. Read them with your kids, read them with your grandkids. Think about what they mean and why they were written. I personally believe that they were God-inspired. And when you talk to your elected officials, ask them. Ask those elected servants when the last time they read those documents was. Ask them whether they think that we're getting closer to the framers' ideals or farther away from them. And ask them what they're going to do to advance those ideals and move us closer to the nation they envision. You are the gun lobby. You are the people.
Let's again see if I can refresh it. Maybe.
Let them forget that, and never shirk your responsibility to push those elected servants to follow the laws of the Constitution while pursuing the ideals of the Declaration of Independence and the limitations placed on government by the Bill of Rights. I'm Jeff Knox of the Firearms Coalition. Please do stop by our table, say hi, pick up a book, wait for the drawings that are coming up, and I'm just going to invite those guys right now. Come on up. Let's do these drawings. Let's finish this up. Thank you for being patriots. Thank you for being out here today. God bless you all, and God bless America.
That comes to an end with Mac Real Talk Show here from the Arizona State Capitol at the rally for the Second Amendment rally. It's called Riders USA. Celebrate and protect the Second Amendment.
Folks, Jim Clark.
Oh man, he just ended it. Why's everybody ending early? Watch this.
Round one.
Fiverr is the name of this bucket bowl. Branding Iron Bucket Shoes, where we're going.
Here's me. I'm right here. Hey, what's going on, everybody?
This young man is.
Are you ready for the bucket bowl, baby?
Here we go.
Come on, baby.
Music wasn't on, though. Oh my God, no, go away.
Gates open. There we go.
Dude, they see what they do to these poor things? They strap a rope around its dick, dude. That's why it's doing this. You see that rope? It hurts. It hurts his penis. And he can't get it off. He's trying to get the rope off. It's pretty fucked up that they do this to them. That's the only reason why they buck. He wants the fucking thing off. Take it off, man. It's not cool. Imagine if you had your dick all roped up like that, cinched up and hurting. I want to kill somebody.
Just remember, folks, if he jumps out of the arena,
Oh my goodness. He is claiming his territory.
What's happening right now? Is this normal? The fuck?
Let's bring more of them out.
Bullfights.
There's a good idea. Tandem bull riding.
Interesting. You let a bigger bull out,
Synchronized bull riding. And
and
there
it
they
chills
go.
out.
Two buddies.
Wow. That was a trip, dude. Don't.
That was something for the first round.
Don't go try to do it. You get another bull to do it for you. Huh. I wish that music wasn't there, though. I'm kind of nervous about it.
Little kids, come on out, little kids.
So in the intermission section here, we have some fun at the shootout arena. Handing the phone to Leah because it's Jeff Davenport. I was behind the camera and on the call for your viewing pleasure and listening pleasure today in Tombstone, in the shadow of the Tombstone Courthouse, just off of Allen
Oh wow, they're in Tombstone?
at
That's neat.
Tombstone's Shootout Arena, listening to the voice of the Shootout Arena, James Horkasidas. We got to talk to him.
I was looking for something in Arizona. We found it.
In our pre-show, usually right around the 1 o'clock hour, little bits after that, but at the same time, we get to bring this to you here on Cool FM Online, the award-winning Cool FM Sports. What don't I call? I call basketball, I call baseball, softball, soccer, football, bull riding. Why not? We'll just keep adding it all to the list here at the Shootout Arena today. You can see the kiddos coming inside because they are going to have a little competition. I'll let James explain it here in just a second.
Don't
they
step
leave their
in
shoes
poop.
in that pile, and then you
Whoa.
can see they've got
Like-
candy and stuff for the kids. Oh yeah, there's Katie too.
Yeah, take your shoes
Every
off right
kiddo's
before
gonna
running
walk away
around
with
with
some
animals.
goodies.
Probably shit.
It's
Awesome.
always fun as they're in between rounds here at the Shootout Arena.
Look at you try it, dude.
As they talk it out to figure out what's going to happen. You can see James over on the far side. Looks like he's got a little cowboy there with him. Standing right
Partying
next
my
to him,
ass
figuring out
off
what to
right
do.
now. Are you partying your ass off? It looks like that show's over though. I don't think you're partying your ass off like I am. You could take some lessons. I don't even have any ass left anymore. It's completely gone. Partied. I partied completely off. Oreo's live. Last time we'll hear about that. Oreo's going to Yuma, by the way. Now you know. Travel fun. He's at the World Wide Rally for Toronto. Going on over here now.
Good question. Not sure how many are here.
Alright, I don't know what to do with this stream.
Maybe,
Should I end it? Just come back later with some games or something. What should I do?
right. Lots of fun times there.
Oh, I forgot to change.
Thanks, Junior. Good to see you, buddy.
Oh, crispy time.
Guard your family, brother. Guard your family, man. Now what you know is basic dictatorship. Down to CCP. Now what the one economic forum.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Fun guys.
A little windy right now. Wow.
Oh my gosh, dude, they're playing the 1776er song. When they were in West Virginia, they were always singing this. What the heck is happening, man? Did he do this? Because he was there. This is weird. What do they have to do with West Virginia? What do they have to do? Don't they have their own songs to listen to? That fucking sounded good, man. Give it hands up, play the door, I'm glad. Hey, thanks, Tino. It'll be alright. Hey, we're gonna all get a commune together, right? We're gonna pull our funds together. I'm gonna have all the whiskey. Woo! We all gonna be drunk. Look at the good shit. Yeah. Sounds like something. Bro, this is another
Yasmin, no. My throat's
American
fine, actually.
song.
It's just,
you guys are
raspy
goofy,
just from the
man. Yo, come on. I don't know. I just gotta. For one, I don't want to get copyright on it. But what the dude? What is that? Is it because they see us as being more free than them? Oh, come on down. You're the next citizen in America. All you gotta do is walk across the border and say, I'm scared of my country and I'm hungry. Can I have a hotel room? And usually, for what we've seen, they'll accommodate you. Probably even if you're Canadian. Just say you're Mexican. No, you don't say you're Mexican. You gotta say you're Venezuelan. No, is it Venezuelan? Which one is it? Pick one. Pick the one and stick with it. Throw your passport away. Come on down, man. Yeah. Don't just sing the songs. Be the songs. Yeah. You can do anything here. You can be the next major celebrity. Just come to America. Come. And be sure to work for less money than the other people here will work for. That'll help. I appreciate you, man. Love it. Cheap labor.
Stranger sound, good to see you, man.
Oh, and be willing to pile in a house with like a bunch of people so that you keep the rent prices high for us. Awesome. Don't forget. Man, come on with the music though. I gotta turn this down a little bit. Man. because it's 70s music. What? Fuck off. What? Really? That's what's happening? It's worse than I thought.
Here we go. I don't know, man. You're doing good. Hey, I don't know.
Your people should know what your favorite
singing?
song is.
Wait, is he actually singing?
That's right. They're loving it. They're loving it, though.
Tom Petty, I gotta
No, there's no way that dude was singing. He's literally just... Okay. That's probably the goofiest thing I've ever seen in a parade like this. The reason why I say that is because he's got rock music to him, dude. It's kind of horrible. This is kind of horrible right here. I would appreciate like a drummer boy, like it was a Civil War type thing, much more than this guy on electric drums and this dude pushing him. We're at yet another carnival, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Canadian Carnival this time. Oh no, I don't love it. He loves it, I don't love it. We're opposites on this one, Travel Fun. Right when I turned him, he said, I love it. Oh, get away from him, please. His boyfriend pushing him, probably. That's a good leg workout. I'd probably do that to get a good workout. As soon as my BAMs fall out of my ass, then I can exert myself again. I was nervous even carrying the water, and I got 5 cases of Pellegrino last night because it's about to not be on sale anymore, and it's like $5-6 off a case. I say like, oh man, I say like $30 on water almost, 20-30 bucks. I had to be careful carrying it in. So, careful. I don't think it's as bad as a hernia though. Dude, I've had a hernia before when I was a kid. I had a hernia and it just went away on its own. I got it from this other kid throwing a basketball at my balls. And it would come and go when I was younger. And then it just went away and never came back. I don't know what caused it to go away and never come back. But it's sometimes that happens, I've read. And it would, man, my ball would get, one testicle would get massive, dude. And it would go away, and it would come back, and it would go away, and come back. I never really knew when it was going to, but then it just never came back once. Anybody else ever had that? A hernia in your nutsack? That shit looked like I had elephantitis. It hurt. I talk about anuses and balls here. If you don't like it, I guess you could hit the dislike button. You can banish me from your life. You know, you unsub and all that, man. Balls and asses. Stay away from this guy now.
Stealing our tax dollars and inventing these poison cocktail vaccines and injecting you and destroying your immune system slowly. Time to wake up, Toronto. Don't be indifferent. Don't be indifferent about the facts that are in front of your face. Your conscience is screaming.
I also had a kid throw a fucking basketball at my nose once and broke it. My dad saw it, fucking snapped, dude. Because it was an 18-year-old that did it too. He was like bigger than me. He was way older than me. He was stronger, bigger. I was probably like 14 or 15 at the time. But he was like 18. Oh, it was a big difference. And he was an athlete. He said, fuck, dude, my dad came, almost kicked that dude's ass, man. But this last time that I broke it, it straightened it a little bit, y'all. It actually did straighten it back a little bit, because I hit it the opposite direction. I fixed it a little.
Yeah,
still
and
here.
It is, yeah. Good quality video today, yeah. No problem so far, yeah.
spec will get on. He downloaded it. Had to be last night. I need to cook something too, though. We'll do another Twitch cooking stream. Let's do. I'm looking at taking out a $40,000 loan to pay off all my debt and have a little savings. Oh, it'd be 2 different loans actually.
Yep, big up, Shizer. Yeah, like, share, subscribe, guys, if you already haven't done so. Check out the other channels I have too as well. 3 other YouTube channels. Got Beers and Cheers, Do It All Ceiling, and Jeff Lepard, where I have a do-it-yourself channel. Wondering, we're on actually College Street. Just on College Street.
Got the leg, bring the weed. Yeah,
let's go back to the front, I guess.
I have the weed. I got the concentrate. I got some weed. I got a little bit of weed. Put up. Actually.
Arm low, big ups, respect, yeah.
I forgot. I had to, man. Stockpiled weed.
Canada RV, good
wax,
to see you, man. Big
and
ups,
whiskey.
Canada RV in the house.
And water.
We're gonna eat after this. Yeah, I will. I will for sure.
I
Yeah.
only have six cases of Pellegrino.
I won't do it on. I won't keep the live going for that. But yeah, I will. I will be getting food after. Yeah, I think that's the problem. I didn't bring any water. You're right. Yeah, totally. Should have brought some water with me next time.
Hey, what are the chances you just started talking about water while I was singing about water?
I'll be okay.
What are the chances? I was singing about the Pellegrino, man. That was cool.
Yeah, street meat.
Aliens.
No. Might go for some Vietnamese pho after. We'll see.
Bruh.
Carmen, big ups. Nice, Mark. Natasha, cheers.
I could totally be a tranny.
Hey, what's up, baby?
That sound good, girl? Not really.
My name's Trish. How you doing? Everybody hates to go.
That sound like...
Haven't seen the paper boy in a while.
Why nobody likes to know, only the fool ones.
Sure, I'd like to see the paperboy.
Has been sold to the World Economic Forum by members of the World Economic Forum.
Would you like a popsicle?
Justin Trudeau, Christian Freeland, Jack Meek, and others. How many booster shots that you woke up? How many booster shots did it take before you woke up, Toronto? Freedom! Your mask doesn't protect you from anything.
Barely hear it though.
I was just wondering where the newspaper boy was.
Helping us down. We stand with the blue. We back the blue as always.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering.
Thank you to all the Toronto
Guys, it's a little off.
who helped us on the bike in their cars. Thank you. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Hey, Doc Ford, you know what? We are the people and we got the power.
We are the people and God has the power.
We are the people and we got the power.
We are the people and God has the power.
We are the people and we got the power.
We are the people.
Where's the truck like at, bro?
United will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Unite and defeat the new world order. 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 Stop geoengineering. Stop geoengineering. Stop the climate change lies. Stop the climate change lies. Stop the climate change.
Bearded Eagle, good to see you.
The media is the virus. 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 Every Saturday's off work, we're gonna meet at Queen's Park to stand against your tyranny, to stand against your lies, your agenda. We know you're gonna push a globalist, anti-human, evil agenda. We're not gonna accept it. We're not gonna consent to it. We gotta know when you're
I turned it up, by the way.
We know what you have plans. You have plans to take down the internet. Probably the power grid.
Yeah, I was just wondering, well, where the newspaper boy was.
To follow down on this, we'll never forget what you've done. We'll never forgive you what you've done.
Does he have another one? What's the other one, dude?
If anybody lost an iPhone, somebody in the phone's got an iPhone. If somebody in the car lost an iPhone, somebody in the phone client's got an iPhone. Hey, hey, oh, hey, John Tory had to go. Hey, hey, oh, hey, John Tory had to go. One down, two to go.
Tommy Temper, good to see you, man.
One down, two to go.
Fry TV, big ups.
Hey, hey, oh, hey. That phone's gotta go.
God's gotta go.
Hey, hey, oh, that phone's gotta go.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. God's gotta go.
Hey, hey, oh, hey, Justin Trudeau's gotta go.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. Justin Trudeau's gotta go.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Everybody hates that phone.
Wasn't there another one from Herbert?
Freedom!
My mouth.
We stand, we fight. We stand, we fight, we take take back our rights. We stand, we fight, we take back our rights. We stand, we fight, we take back our rights.
Lisa, I want some more.
It's awesome coming back to home base. What a good march we did today. We're just heading right back at Queen's Park.
We the free people. Unacceptable views on the New World Order.
Looks like love at first sight to me.
There's a National Guard
Charlie,
one.
I apologize. I forgot you were there.
I didn't know this one was whatever it is.
I thought my TNT had stickers right on the sign right there. National Guard, smoke from all around.
I didn't know.
Thank you, truckers. Honk, honk, honk. Thank you, truckers. Honk, honk, honk. Thank you, truckers. Honk, honk, honk. Thank you, truckers. Honk, honk, honk.
Awesome.
Dude, there's so many that I've forgotten what they even are.
For the next generation. If it's not us, who? If not now, when?
Say hello to my little friend.
So many people out today.
What?
Yeah.
Never heard that before.
Hey, big ups. Thanks for becoming a member. The Travel Fun family. Thank you.
Became a member.
Thank you so much.
Everybody go all back at Queen's Park here, near cars and everything. If you want, hang out, socialize, get to know each other.
Abracadabra.
The game has just begun.
It was pretty fast at the game. Thank you. I was wondering
Why?
The best channel. Check them out.
Hey, alright. Well, that's below 10. I'm going to be taking off now for giving Simon his food. And having, I'm probably going to make some lunch real fast. I might do it on Twitch. I don't need to see these people walk around anymore. Now that we're under 10, I have no purpose here in my mind. That's how it works. Sorry. I'm not sorry. That's how it works here. So, thanks for joining on the morning stream before I leave. We're going to have games tonight. Hope to see you then. Sorry for the 9 that were watching that. That's Travel Fun 69. It's just once it gets below a certain amount of people here, I'm pointless. Especially when no one's talking to each other. If people are talking to each other, it'd be different. So there you go. Go hang out with Travel Fun. Enjoy yourselves over there. Thank you for hanging out, Juno Fast. Everybody else. Y'all have a great night. If you don't come back by later, hope to see you again real soon. Whatever you can make it through. Have a good one, everybody. By the way, doeshow on Twitch. And, yeah. It might be over there for cooking. Possible. I don't know. But too fast. New subscriptions. Thank you again, Curtis Cardwell. Awesome. Look forward to getting to know you, man. See you guys. Bye.